Gonzalo, wouldn't it be better to end the whole thing once and for all?
No.
I don't know how he got to the hospital.
So, you don't know how he found out?
No, I don't know. Nothing.
One of the partners of my father was from there. That's him. Yes, that's him. Edgar Almonte Esquero. I'm very sure.
Julieta.
Yes.
Julieta.
Mr. Adrian, there's someone to see you.
See me? Who?
Yes.
It's me.
I don't like to keep on having debts.
You still have a debt with me. You said that you owe me one, right?
Yeah, you are coming against traffic.
At the time, Shannon was in my office too.
What do you mean? You suspect that Shannon stole it?
I'm your daughter. You raised me. Don't you know what kind of person I am?
Pauline, tell me who gave this ring to you.
My uncle gave it to me. He said it belonged to my mum. You hurt me, Pinky.
To give this villa to Pinky Lee.
Éramos los que éramos ayer y los que seremos. Gonzalo, wouldn't it be better to end the whole thing once and for all?
No.
I don't know how he got to the hospital.
So, you don't know how he found out?
No, I don't know. Nothing.
One of the partners of my father was from there. That's him. Yes, that's him. Edgar Almonte Esquero. I'm very sure.
Julieta.
Yes.
Julieta.
Mr. Adrian, there's someone to see you.
See me? Who?
Yes.
It's me.
I don't like to keep on having debts.
You still have a debt with me. You said that you owe me one, right?
Does this mean you are now seeing eye to eye?
Tito, what kind of a question is that? Si wanaonana macho kwa macho.
Class, I want to say that Mr. Fritsch and I, we have decided to put our differences aside. You want to be one campaign manager? You messed me in my dream. You want to mess me again? Stupid.
Kinyanju niko very fresh. Wacha nikwambie Kinyanju. Unajua umoja ni nguvu, utengana ni utaifa.
Bibi acha niendelea kutengana. Wewe hebu jipe shughuli, niko very busy. I am very busy. Wewe wasiana kunisumbua ate business partner makopa yangu.
So guys, let me tell you.
Classmate.
with the certified seed, you will never have bacterial wilt, and you'll also not have a disease called potato cyst nematode.
Viazi yenye tulitoa hapa tuliletewa na director wetu, ilifanya kazi mzuri sana.
Tutasaidia serikali kwa kupunguza ajali. Naona kama nchi yetu haitakuwa na shida ya chakula.
Yote haya kwenye KBC Channel 1.
Kuuliza ulikuwa na tape kama nani? Remember, jua kwamba hapo pale umesimama unaweza kufungwa. Nikisema ya kwamba wewe ni kutumiwa, unatumiwa
na nani
ili ukuje unimalize, naweza kuwa nasema wrong.
Watu wakanyweka na watu wanyweka na mtamani sana. Nasikia sorry sana kwa huyu mtu mzima.
Na wewe umezaliwa hiyo.
Mimi nimezaliwa hiyo county. Nimekulia hiyo county mheshimiwa.
If I tell this honorable court that you are a fabricator, mlienda kutengeneza usaidi ya uongo ili kumaliza chance yangu ya kuwa governor ya matopeni.
Lakini ukisema mambo ya matoatoa, that is a hate speech.
A hate speech.
Exactly.
Na mimi sikutumia hiyo.
Ulitumia hiyo.
Look at me.
Yes.
American high.
Yeah, you look like a hippo.
For more than a century, the cooperatives movement in Kenya has grown to become one of the largest in the world. Actually, it is number 7 and the biggest in Africa. These have seen more than 22,000 registered circles, mobilizing close to 20 million members. And this has become one of the biggest enablers of savings in this country. But the industry is now at a crossroad. It is facing multiple challenges. One of them being the impact of the coronavirus, which has disempowered so many people and of course rendered some people jobless. And of course the high cost of living and competition from various institutions like the digital lenders. But the question is this: what is the future of cooperative movement here in Kenya? What are the challenges facing this industry? And of course, what are the opportunities? This is a conversation that I'll be having here with a team of people who are experts in this conversation. My name is O'Brien Kimani. This is Biz Check. We are live from Broadcasting House, and of course we are online. At O'Brien Kimani is my Twitter handle, at KBC Channel 1. We need to hear your interactions with us. And of course, our reporters are scattered all over the country. We shall be going to some of them to get to understand what is happening, of course, in a county near you. And of course, the celebrations around World Freedom Day continues today. And of course, we shall be linking up with our team at the Safari Park, where a panel conversation is currently underway to try and understand what exactly our media practitioners, going through and how to better this industry. Well, this is Bischeck, and this is KBC Channel 1. The great conversation is coming up next. Stay right here. You see, under the Vision 2030, the SACCOs movement is expected to play a significant role in mobilizing savings in this country. And the question is, what do we need to do to strengthen this movement? Well, This is a conversation that we are going to have this morning. And of course, I'm joined by David Mategwa, the chairperson of Police-sacco. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, David.
Thank you, Brian.
And of course, on the left of David, we have Daniel Marube. He's the Executive Director of Cooperative Alliance of Kenya. Asante sana, Marube, for joining us too.
Thank you.
And I want to start with you because you're at the apex body of the cooperative movement in Kenya. When you look at this industry, I mean, and I know you've been here, for quite a long time. Would you say that this industry is now facing one of its tremendous challenges so far?
Well, I will not say that it's a biggest challenge, but the solidness, the foundation upon which cooperatives have been set up, especially the sacco subsector, is extremely very solid and strong, very resilient, that in spite of the COVID-19 pandemic and its impact that it had in society, we still managed to emerge very, very, very strongly. Of course, we know that there were some sectors which was highly impacted, affected, especially the tourism sector, where people lost their jobs, and the business which depends on people traveling from outside the country to come and enjoy the beautiful weather we have in this country. That sector was greatly affected. But otherwise, I could say that we emerged stronger than before. We even had good surpluses for our members. Our memberships are growing. We have had a bit of challenges, yes, but we are overcoming. We are adapting more towards the usage of technology in terms of how can we serve our members without necessarily physically coming to our premises. And yes, I could say our savings have continued to grow. People have continued to take more loans. That we can see right away now that the uptake of our loans, the loans that we are giving out to our members, has gone up tremendously, more especially because of the consumption rates. You can see when the economy is not doing very well, people are consuming more than they could be doing more savings. And you have noticed that we have been having very short academic terms in school. So this frequency of students, our children coming short periods and they are going back to school, it has a great impact in terms of our savings, and therefore people are taking loans to meet those needs in education. So, but otherwise I could say that the cooperative sector in Kenya is very solid. We have been able to overcome most of the challenges that was brought about by the COVID-19, and the future of the cooperative movement is extremely very good.
It's extremely good. But also it's proper to acknowledge that, the combination of the COVID-19 pandemic, which led to significant losses of jobs and of course of revenue streams, as coupled with the high cost of living that the world is grappling with. These are tremendous challenges, that are facing your members. But I'll be coming back to you to hear that. Let's now turn to Mategwa. You see, you are the chairperson of the top 5 biggest circles in this country, actually number 3. And you've been around since 1973. When you look at, savings in terms of membership, in terms of the amount of savings, that members are depositing in the account, vis-a-vis what you like 10 years ago, do you see any changes in percentage-wise?
Thank you, Brian, for inviting me to this show. I want to just tell you, you have just said 10 years, and it's like how the sector has been moving. 10 years back, there's no comparison you can compare the way the circles are being run now. In terms of growth, I think we have grown almost, I can say maybe 300% growth. we have realized that when we started being regulated, when the regulations came into place in SACCOs,
the SASRA,
we saw a very trajectory growth in all SACCOs, and in terms of loans, in terms of mobilization of savings. So I can say the future of where people will have to be saving their money and bring their money, knowing very well the money will be very safe, will be in the SACCOs. This is something that we are seeing what is happening in developed countries. For example, United States of America, the SACCOs are very strong there, and there are people who are born and they have worked, they have retired, and they have never seen the door of any financial institution other than credit union. So this is where in this country we are heading to, because we have seen a lot of improvement in terms of governance, in terms of service delivery. People have really adapted technology, and this makes us very strong, and we are seeing the future being bright. Yes.
You know, the last time I had this conversation with you, back in the year 2021, I mean, of course, the country was, and the world was emerging from the crisis of, coronavirus pandemic, and there was agreement that, this has impacted your members, this has impacted our productivity, and also there was a spike in terms of the operating cost of a number of SACCOs. Would you say this is still the case?
I can tell you we experienced the impact of the pandemic, but I can tell you now SACCOs have gone ahead, and they have moved from the pandemic more stronger than we were. Corona, the pandemic came, but I can say it was also a blessing in disguise.
There was a silver lining in the dark cloud. Because
it made us to change the way we operate. We realized that this is the time, because the world was locked down, there were no movement, and members were supposed to be assisted. Members were supposed to be served, because that was the time they needed actually to be assisted by the SACCOs, by giving them loans, reducing interest rates, so you make them so that they can be able to have to place a meal on the table for their family. So that made us now people to adapt technology. Those who are not serious in terms of embracing technology, they were forced now, because we started having virtual meetings. Our members could just operate, transact wherever they are on a virtual platform to get their money, to deposits, to take loans, and that one has made us more stronger, and the trust of our members, the confidence level has gone up. Yes.
Turning on to Mategwa, I mean, from where you sit, what would you say has been one of the biggest turnaround in this industry that was brought about by the coronavirus pandemic?
Yeah, number one, we have, as a cooperative sector, we have invested a lot in education and governance. Now, we learned a lot through the impact of COVID to improve our efficiencies on the manner in engineering, the manner in which we deliver services to our members. And our members also have learned that there is no little money that can inhibit you from saving, because we have put this culture of saving in our people, that if your income is reduced, that does not mean you don't save. Because we have learned that from COVID-19, those people who had a greater savings had a better life than those who didn't have the saving. So we have tried to teach our people, and we are learning that it's very important to save more when you have an opportunity. That even during this time when incomes were reducing, people continued to save, because we have learned that you don't know what tomorrow has for you. So we have that culture. of saving that we have continued to enforce through education. And number two, we have improved our efficiencies, the manner in which we are processing the loans, for example, the manner in which we are serving our customers, either through virtual, through internet, through mobile banking, and the like. But remember also that our core purpose, our existence as cooperatives or SACCOs, for example, is not making profits, because we are not motivated, driven by profits, but to provide access to affordable financial services. It is this accessibility and affordability of financial services that has driven us, that we are seeing even more and more people coming and joining cooperatives than it has been before. And we have testimonies, we have testimonials, we have examples on how members of the cooperatives have been able to change their lives and their economies and their families through cooperatives, in terms of helping people to access affordable loans for housing. We are supporting education extremely very well. We are the people who are supporting that sector in terms of school fees loans and the like. We are the people who are now supporting the agricultural sector. We are financing their farmers in a great deal to access fertilizers and seeds, and giving them short-term loans so that they can be able to improve the agricultural productivity, so that we can be, our people can have self-sufficiency in terms of food security. And therefore, really, I could say yes, in some areas, some SACCOs have, some cooperative societies were highly affected. During the dry season, for example, the dairy sector has been extremely affected, because the animal feeds, the cost of animal feeds has gone up extremely high. We have been having a very long dry period. So those SACCOs in that subsector have had their own challenges. But we thank God that now the rains have come, that we will be seeing some rejuvenation. And even the tourism, the tourist subsector, they started picking up with the local people, the Kenyan people traveling to coast and other areas. And that's how we have been able to start rejuvenating and improving the cooperatives. So the spirit of cooperatives in our people is what is driving us, is what is making our cooperatives stronger. The confidence people have in cooperatives. We are taking cooperative leaders to continuous training so that we improve on governance. We also have regulations, as my colleague has said, regulations that gives people confidence and trust in the cooperative movement, knowing that now your resources are very well taken care of in a very democratic way. We have just finished doing our elections across the country. We have new leaders, people coming back into the leadership. So those are some of the things that are strongly helping us. As you notice also, we have challenges in some employers who have not been remitting the deductions of members towards the SACCOs, especially the county county governments, and some of the parastatals, including universities. Those are the areas whereby we understand that they are not getting enough resources, but there's no reason why they should not be remitting those deductions to their members. Those are some of the areas that we are having challenges, remittances, and we are really very much concerned about it.
Mategwa, I also want to hear from you. You see, the SACCOs, have always been the go-to financial service provider, especially for small people or smallholder farmers, if you like it, for soft loans. But we are living in an era where now, even telecommunication companies, have come on board, with new innovations whereby you can just borrow money from the comfort of your chair. How has this impacted the industry going forward?
That's a good question, and maybe I want to say that SACCOs are no longer only for the small people. It is across the board. Everybody, those who are in this country, they are members of the cooperative, including the parliamentarians, including even the head of state, His Excellency the President, is a member of a SACCO. So it's not a SACCO. A SACCO now is, because the loans we give, we don't give small loans. We no longer do that. We are giving people loans where they can purchase a house. We are giving our members where they can go and start a big business. So,
no. What I mean with that statement is this. I mean, if I'm a member, of a certain SACCO and I want 10,000 shillings, I want 15,000 shillings, within 1 or 2 days. I mean, instead of going to friends and I have my savings in a SACCO, I'll just dash there, apply for the loan, and within the next 24 hours, I have my money in my account. That is exactly what I'm talking about.
So the SACCOs you are talking of, small loans, and for 2 days, they were the SACCOs of 10 years, you had said. But the current situation now is that we are really competing with the other digital lenders, because we are also having those platforms that our members are able to access those loans, 20,000, on their phones, wherever they are. And they can get it right away, and they start paying also through the mobile platform. So what we are saying is that the service delivery for SACCOs have really improved. If you can enter a SACCO's front office, and you might think, if you do not read properly when you are coming in, you might think you are in these big banks, well set up, well organized, and serving members. And you won't see any members, because most of the SACCOs are now digital. And I said the coronavirus has taught us a lesson. That is why we moved. And what I can say, Brian, to make our SACCOs more strong, when the regulations came, we did a lot of capitalization. The regulation came with how you can make the institution very strong, financially stable. So it found us when we are at least strong, and that is why we moved from that challenge more stronger than we were. And we have learned that coronavirus is not going to be the last. You have seen the invasion of Russia in Ukraine. It's affecting also global economy. So we are continuing to make sure that we do more capitalization. Instead of paying everything we have in terms of dividend, we leave behind. We do a retention, we increase the minimum capitalization, and we make our institution very strong. We don't know which other disruption is coming tomorrow.
And I like the fact that you have said that, in the modern day SACCO, when you go in, I mean, you get confused. You can even get confused. Am I in a commercial bank? Or where am I? And the question comes, are SACCOs, do they want to become commercial banks?
Oh, no. No. The reason is a capital no, because our model is quite different from what other financial institutions do. This is a social economy activity that we are doing. The owners are at the same time the customers. So it's a model that we cannot change. And even if we grow, we cannot move to a territory that we are not familiar. We will remain, and we are getting this.
But we've also seen a situation whereby some SACCOs would want to evolve into a commercial bank.
But it has not gone through. Tell me which one.
But the desire is there.
The desire maybe used to be there, I can tell you. But the situation now is that everyone wants to build a strong SACCO. And we are benchmarking from the United States of America, where we have the strongest credit union in the world, where we have 2.5 million Navy credit union, School First, state employees, they are having massive mobilization of resources. They are so big, but they have not become banks. So for us, we want to make it more stronger. Yes.
I see Marube wants to go in a point there.
Maybe 1 or 2 points. Number one, digital lending. It has made ease for members to access loans. Our main principle of giving loans as SACCOs is we encourage you to save, because that's the only way you can create wealth. We give you the loan when you have a place to invest. All right? And before we give you the loan, we want to assist the member find out, where are you going to invest? How is it going to improve and increase your capital, in your wealth going forward? But you see now with digital lending, people are borrowing even when they didn't want to borrow. And at the end of the day, they are consuming that money. Indeed, I want to confirm to you that we have a lot of people within the cooperative sector who have borrowed from every channel, that they will continue paying their loans for so many years without seeing exactly what is the money they borrowed, where did they put that money to. So as cooperatives, we are encouraging our members, don't borrow unnecessarily. Borrow when you have a reason. Borrow when you want to put the money to grow, so that you can grow your capital, you can become rich. The cooperatives, our principles are completely different from banks. We are based on the principle of mutuality. It's for all the good of the members. So we are not, even though we look like banks, we are offering services similar to what the banks can offer, but our principles are different. We are not going for profits. We are enabling our members to access affordable financial services, to improve their well-being, to improve their wealth, to grow their wealth, so that as you grow old, Brian, you have something for your children, and your grandchildren will say, because my father was a member of a cooperative sector, this is how he built something that we are enjoying today. And we want cooperatives, the spirit of cooperative, to become a way of life for the Kenyan people. Because this is the only way we can change the manner in which our lives are going to change going forward. We can't depend on the government only. We are saying that the government give us an enabling environment, create good laws, give us peace, do the roads for us. We do business, we do cooperative business. That's why you find that as cooperatives, we are non-aligned. We are not political parties. We are cooperatives. We have a spirit of cooperatives, that we come together, we mobilize Kenyan people together to mobilize the local resources for our own use, for our own good.
Very good. And still on you, I also want to hear this from you. I mean, look, and he's talked about this, the ongoing conflict between Ukraine and Russia, which has somehow impacted the global economy and has led to a spike in the cost of living, and especially more on the cost of transport, the cost of farm input, the cost of foodstuffs, and so much. And so people are torn between, contributing to their SACCOs, paying for school fees, or even buying foodstuff. Have you seen an impact, especially on your members, in terms of contributions because of the ongoing crisis?
Of course, there is a direct relationship between when the economy is doing very well, there is a greater tendency to save because you have surpluses. You save when you have a surplus. But when you look at now, the cost of fuel has gone up, cooking gas has gone up, the cost of flour and foodstuffs have gone up. Of course, it would have an impact on your savings. So if you are saving, say, 100 shillings, now because of the cost of your consumption has gone up, you might end up saving 20 shillings. But we are saying that in spite of the cost of living, in spite of the fact that your disposable income is going to go down, please find it prudent to save even 5 shillings.
5 shillings.
Even 5 shillings.
Mategwa, have you seen this trend in Police-sacco? Where now, the level of saving has somehow decreased and the numbers of people, saving, going down as well?
Yes, Brian, because my members also live in this country. They are also affected because this is a global problem. We have experienced that the way we had projected, because we had a projection of how that we are going to mobilize the savings, you will see that people have reduced so that they can also have something to take home for their children. So it has affected us in terms of mobilizing the savings. However, we have gone out as a SACCO and we are training, which is very important to anybody who is trying to save. We are doing what we are calling to our members, taking them through financial literacy. And when you called me for this interview, I was in Eldoret. I had just finished training the Rift Valley region. We normally take 100 of them, put them in a hotel for 2 days, train them, bring an expert on financial literacy so that they are taken through to understand money, how to manage money, where to invest and prepare for the retirement. And when you prepare for retirement immediately you join employment. There is no time to waste. If you do that, then you are making your life better when you leave employment. So I can tell you it is. We have experienced with that. Yes.
I know you are targeting to grow your asset base to around 50 billion shillings, and of course recruit about 7,000 more members.
Yes.
In the next 1 year.
Yes.
Do you think you're going to achieve this under the prevailing macroeconomic conditions?
Yes, and even surpass. We are targeting at the end of this year, because we are celebrating 50 years of existence of Kenya National Police, TT-sacco. And our projection is that by the end of this year should be 50. Currently we are at 46 billion total assets. So I've told you we are doing all over the country, doing all the rituals, the top savers, putting them in a hotel and taking them through. Bring an expert, not for me just talking to them. Bring somebody who is trained in that area to talk about how money works, put them financial, and we are seeing it growing. Right now, we have already 68,000 members. That is the current position of Kenya National Police SACCO. We have 68. And the government has just employed 5,000
more police
officers who are in their training. And you know what? That is where we are targeting them. So the number is growing. We will grow more than 70. We were projecting 70, but now we are going to surpass, because we normally go to the...
But even 65,000 members, I mean, that 68. Is half. 68,000.
Yes.
That is almost half of all the members of the police force in this country. So you still have a lot of work to do.
We still have the potential to grow this sector. And you know, Brian, you are talking of only the police. We opened our common bond. Every citizen of this country can join our SACCO, and we have already people from other sectors who are with us. If they are listening on this studio, they'll agree with me, and they don't regret joining the Kenya National Police SACCO. The service they get, you don't need to know the chairman to call the chairman for any service or any director or any manager. No,
you don't need to.
No.
But Marube, I also want to hear from you. I mean, there has been this conversation around, creating a framework whereby, SACCOs can borrow from, other SACCOs. I know it has delayed a little bit, but as Cooperatives Alliance of Kenya, what are you doing? How are you engaging policymakers to ensure that, this framework is enacted?
Thank you. Thank you. Good question. Before I answer that, let us agree, all of us here, that saving requires a sacrifice. That in spite of the fact that we're in a very difficult economic times, we need to sacrifice and forfeit some of the luxuries in our lives, in our consumption, to enable us to save. So in whatever circumstances we are in, there is still an opportunity to save. By denying yourself a certain luxuries or consuming less in certain areas, traveling less than you used to do. Number two, to come back to a very important question, it is just last year we had a policy that is now passed through Parliament and is a sessional paper on cooperatives. It is giving us a guideline on how cooperatives will move between the next 20 years. Within that framework, we have strongly empowered the Apex organization to come up with two issues. Number one, to consolidate the gains that we have already achieved as cooperatives. And number two, to come up with a shared platform. A shared platform, an ICT shared platform, whereby all the participating cooperatives can be able to work as a team and share resources together. Instead of you investing in several branches across the country, before the end of this year, we will be demonstrating to everybody else that cooperatives in Kenya, we have grown and matured. We will be having an ICT shared platform whereby the SACCOs can be borrowing from each other, just like banks do. We will be borrowing from each other. Our regulator will be at the center, ensuring that the resources that we have pulled together are benefiting us. Instead of the SACCOs taking, for example, the money and investing it in treasury bills, we will be sharing it amongst ourselves. For example, if the T SACCOs, for example, are getting their bonus, they are rich in cash, they can be able to give the teacher SACCOs to borrow from them. So we are going to have that platform available before the close of this year. We'll be launching it, and we will invite you to see. And therefore, technology will spur most of the activities.
So this platform is going to operate like the interbank lending platform?
Yes, it will have those functionalities. But now we will
have you agreed on how much will be the interest?
The board is discussing about it. We will be able to agree on the interest rate that we will, just like interbank lending, overnight lending, short-term period, that one SACCO can borrow to meet your immediate needs for your members. Whatever little resources you have, you can lend it to your brother. So within that, we are going to do to enable our cooperatives to really grow very fast, because it will mean that if you are a member of a SACCO here, KBC, and you are in Busia, for example, you don't need to look for your SACCO. You walk into any of the SACCOs participating in the shared platform, and you will be served as if you were in your own SACCO. All right? And therefore, we feel once we actualize it in the course of this year, you will see much growth. You will see more people trusting the cooperatives. And as my chairman has said here, we will be able to grow our numbers, and even savings will grow up. Yeah, it's going to happen. It's in our policy. It has been agreed. We already are developing an act of parliament. The bill is almost going to parliament now. As soon as it comes out, now we will be able to actualize that interlending facility put in place.
As a player in this industry, what are your feelings about that platform that the market regulator, together with other players, is planning to bring on board of interlending between SACCOs?
It will be a very good thing for the industry, because we have seen a scenario where SACCOs have more liquidity and others are struggling. So that one will enable us, because the intention here is that to make the movement more stronger than it was, and to make sure that Kenyans have confidence and trust in the sector. And we have seen our CS, Honorable Peter Munya, is so familiar about cooperatives. He has brought more regulations that will improve the growth of the sector, and we have seen it growing. We're having the PS Ishmael in charge of cooperatives. We have seen even the SACCOs that those who have 100 million plus, they have been brought on regulations, and the intention is that to bring everybody on regulations, because even the 90 million that you are having there as a SACCO and you are not under SASRA, it is public's money which needs to be managed very well and have good governance at that SACCO, because any SACCO, any member that will complain, nobody will say this one is regulated and this one is not. The members will just say, SACCOs, if you put your money in SACCOs, they are at risk. So that is the thing that we are seeing the government doing, and it's a good thing, and it's showing the signs are that the growth is going up as we continue expanding the mandate of the regulator. Yes.
There's also been the question of ensuring members' savings, and I know there is a bill to that effect. But how comes some SACCOs having their misgivings about the Cooperative Bill 2021?
The bill that is being discussed at the moment has undergone several stages of public participation. Some areas that our members had some issues have been cleaned up. So I think the bill...
Which were these?
We had issues of, for example, how do we bring the youth into cooperatives? What systems can we put in place to attract the young people, the women, to participate more in leadership in those areas? We looked at the term limit. Do we want to have the board members being in office for 1 year or 2 years? Do we want to introduce, for example, education? Do we need professors only to be the treasurers, for example? So some of those issues, we looked at it and said, we need integrity. What we need more is leadership with integrity in cooperatives, not just leaders. So we concluded and said, you can have a leader, a chairman, who is 60 years, but if he is a man of great integrity and the members want him to continue leading their SACCO on a yearly basis, renewing his mandate, then there is no problem of having a term limit in terms of leadership in the cooperatives. So the bill that we have sent to our minister to take it to the cabinet is really, we feel, is a bill that will take the cooperative movement for the next 20 years. It has undergone through a very, very, very intensive public participation across the country.
And the bill seeks to reprise the Cooperative Bill that Act that came into force in 2004. And so, how many years are those? Almost 15 years now. Eh?
Almost 20 years. Yes.
Almost 20 years now, actually.
Yeah.
How do you see this bill now, propelling the growth of this industry, going forward?
Yeah, Brian, I'm a person who actually embrace regulations. And we have seen what regulations can do to an organization. So the bill, according to how it has been structured, it will make the society, the SACCOs, grow more than they have been growing. And it is coming up with also, since 2010, the Constitution, we have not had looking at how the counties work, how the national government works as cooperatives. Now it is taking care of that. That means it will now make everybody understand your space. Because a scenario comes there is a county that is coming up with its own regulations, conflicting with the national, but now since we have the policy for the national, then it will bring the sanity in the running of the SACCOs, and that means if there is a smooth running of the SACCOs, then it means they will have more growth. Yes.
And we will also eliminate the issues of pyramid schemes that could look like cooperatives, and yet they were pyramids. We have had cases where a cooperative belongs to a person, and we have seen a lot of Kenyans who had confidence in that person, and at the end of the day, they have lost money in land, in housing schemes, and all that kind of stuff. So the bill is going to eliminate, will make sure that anybody registered as a cooperative is monitored, is known what it's doing, its objective is understood, so that we are able to eliminate any mischief from the very beginning. And number two, the leadership in the cooperative movement will be put into accountable to their members by making sure that the books of accounts reports are given and openly to the members to scrutinize and ask the members the leadership questions. All right? So we want to eliminate any opaque areas in terms of leadership in the cooperative movement to be more transparent. All right? And when we remember, we've talked about the shared platform. It has been incorporated in our policy. You know, the youth who form 65% of the total population of this country, the cooperatives is theirs. The future of our cooperatives is in our children. That's why we want to make sure that cooperatives also, we are ahead in terms of technology, that we are able to serve our young people, our youth, in the manner in which they would want to.
I know you also talked about, the non-remittance of members' contribution by some institutions, and you talked about some parastatals, you talked about some institutions of higher learning, county government. Between the three institutions, who is most affected?
We could say that the universities, and the county governments, the two, they are culprits. And within our new bill now that is going to become an act, it's going to be very punitive, that the heads of those institutions will be held personally responsible, accountable for any remittances. And we have empowered the cooperative sector, the Commission of Cooperatives, to be given more powers to sue and be able to recover that money within 60 days. We are not going to wait the way we have been waiting for. And we are trying to find out from the Exchequer, can we, through Parliament, we are going to discuss and find out that, for example, when the Exchequer is giving the money to the county government, if they are in arrears, we were trying to find out whether we can be able to get our deductions before the county governments, if they are paid their checks.
I'll be coming back to you because I would want to find out, who owns you how much, between the learning institutions, between parastatals and the county government, and how is this somehow affecting, the smooth running of these SACCOs, because they rely on memberships, remittances. But before we do so, remember we're having this conversation live from Broadcasting House, and we're looking at the future of the cooperative movement in this country, the challenges that the industry is facing, and of course how the sector is responding to these challenges and the way forward. And most importantly, the opportunities that are presented. Of course, we are in the company of Daniel Marube, the Executive Director of Cooperatives Alliance of Kenya, and David Mategwa, the Chairperson of Police National Sacco. This conversation continues, but for now, we want to link up with our reporter, John Jacob Kiorie, who is in Machakos County, where the Wiper leader, Kalonzo Musyoka, is expected to have a meet the people tour. And so let's first of all link up with him. Kiorie, good morning, and what do you have for us from Machakos County?
Thank you, Brian. Back in studio, we're live from Mlolongo in Machakos County, and today is quite an important day for Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka. Remember, this is a very critical time also for presidential candidates, as all of them, shop for a running mate. And today's trip by Kalonzo Musyoka in Ukambani largely is to explain to his people his position in Azimio, but most importantly also drumming up support for Raila Odinga, the presidential candidate of the Azimio Umoja. And Vice President, or rather the former Vice President Kalonzo Musyoka, will start his rallies here at Mlolongo, then head over towards Makueni, finally end up in Voi, and tomorrow then be in Mombasa County, where he will also drum up support for the gubernatorial candidate in Mombasa, that is Mike Sonko, who is the Wiper candidate. But just about now, to have a feel of what this whole story is about, or the campaigns is about, let's talk to some of the aspirants very quickly under Wiper. Very quickly, join me here. What's your name?
My name is Lawrence Zaungovi. Yes.
Are you an aspirant in Machakos?
No, I am not, but I'm a key supporter of Honorable Avinyandeti and His Excellency Kalonzo Musyoka. Yes.
At this very point when it is not sure, well, it doesn't appear like it is guaranteed that Kalonzo Musyoka will be Raila Odinga's running mate. What are the stakes of Wiper in Azimio?
Yes, what we are saying as a community, Kalonzo has been the principal deputy for Honorable Raila Odinga for the last two elections, and as it stands, is still the most suitable candidate to take that position. As a community, we are not lending on that. We better even ask Kalonzo to run it alone if they don't consider Kalonzo as the running mate for Honorable Raila Odinga.
If they don't consider him, you would rather he runs alone?
Well, that is our stand.
Okay.
That is our stand. We're hearing a lot of comments from Honorable Sabina Chege that Kambas don't have a lot of vote, but we want to assure them the Kamba community is solid behind Kalonzo Musyoka, and if they dare not give Kalonzo as the running mate, I can tell you as a community, we are out of it.
All right. The stakes are high, and probably I realize that's why Kalonzo Musyoka possibly would want to go throughout Machakos and Makueni, as well as Kitui, probably explaining to his supporters his position in Azimio. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
What's your name?
Jeremiah Kaloi, MCA aspirant Wiper.
All right.
Yeah.
Today, as the Vice President goes through Machakos and Kitui, as well as Makueni, what do you expect to hear from him at this time?
We expect him to tell us more about Azimio One Kenya Alliance. How are they positioning himself, especially the issue of the deputy president, which is becoming a thorny issue, especially of the days every media is talking about that. So we expect him also to tell us what is the way forward on that.
You are a Wiper member.
Yeah, I'm a member.
What are the stakes? What if he's not named as a running mate candidate?
We actually don't see any situation why he should not be. Because
you don't foresee any situation.
We don't foresee any situations. Right. Because he has been a vice president in terms of experience, in terms of being with the ODM party leader. He has been there. So you expect that to be honored in terms of experience, in terms of leadership skills. He's the most suited candidate for the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya.
Thank you very much. He's the most suited candidate to be the running mate of Raila Odinga. Already it has been revealed that there will be no physical interviews, because the former vice president has already said, if you're doing any physical interviews, I will not be part of those interviews. It has already been revealed there will be no physical interviews other than expression of interest, and then the panel will sort through the people who have expressed interest of being running mate. But yesterday, listening to the Wiper party leader, that is Kalonzo Musyoka, in his expressions yesterday, he said he's on this tour to campaign and popularize Raila Odinga's presidential bid. I know obviously out there probably there have been calls for Kalonzo Musyoka to quit Azimio if he's not named as running mate, but he was very categorical yesterday that as he campaigns from here all the way to Mombasa, he will be popularizing Raila Odinga's presidential bid, as well as campaign for his candidates in Machakos, in Kitui, Makueni, and his governor candidates in Mombasa, and that is Mike Mbuvi Sonko. We'll be accompanying him throughout the tour to be telling you what exactly we'll be saying, and particularly on this running mate question, because that is the hot topic today. But for now, let me hand it back to you, O'Brien Kimani in studio.
That's our reporter John Jacob Curia, who is trailing Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka in his tour of Machakos County. Right now they're around Mlolongo Shopping Center in Machakos County, and of course, as you have heard from him, the intricacies around Azimio leader Raila Odinga's running mate is likely to dominate a lot of political conversation in that tour of Machakos County. Well, we'll keep tabs with what is happening there. And of course, around the country, with elections being less than 100 days from now, of course, you know for sure that our political undertones are likely to get more louder going forward. But we are not going to lose focus of the conversation that we're having here in studio. The cooperative movement, which is actually a more critical conversation that we ought to have as a nation because of its importance in mobilizing national savings as well as, alleviating poverty through lending to members. And as I told you, we are in the company of Daniel Marube, who is the Executive Director of Cooperative Alliance of Kenya, and David Mategwa, the Chairperson of Police National Sacco, joining us here. I mean, we've been having this conversation for the last almost 50 minutes, and we continue here. We were talking about the bill that is you have forwarded to the ministry that is supposed to go under cabinet consideration before it is now forwarded to the National Assembly, for deliberations. But I know people asking, how will the bill deal with the question of proper management of SACCOs, discipline and integrity when it comes to the leadership of SACCO? And in the past we have seen, a number of SACCOs, being mismanaged, and this has somehow dampened the spirit of SACCO members.
Thank you. The bill has stipulated very clearly the role of the Board of Management of the SACCO, that in the event there is any mismanagement, unlike in the past, you will be seeing more recoveries because individual leaders will be held accountable directly related to the decisions that you have made. If you make a wrong decision and the SACCO is making losses willingly, maybe for your own benefit, the bill states that we will be able to recover the lost money from you as an individual and severally as the board if you made that particular decisions. And shortly, you will be seeing this happening very, very soon. That some of areas where we have seen mismanagement and inquiries being taken and the recommendations prove that there was a mismanagement of members' resources, I can tell you that the management of that particular society will be held personally liable. They will be taken to court and there will be recoveries. So
we will be having the assets recovery authority, pursuing some of the individuals. Mategwa, does this scare you?
Not really. I'm not scared on whatever is supposed to be done, because when I joined the leadership, I joined to serve. I did not join for my personal interest. So I don't see a scenario where I'll find myself in such a situation, because I know I'm a trustee to take care of other people's resources. They are not mine. So whatever I do with them, I should do with a lot of integrity. That is why I'm not scared when what my colleague, my boss, Daniel Marube, is saying. Yeah, I'm not scared, because that is, I'm also a member. I also have my money. I will also want my money at the end of it to be secured. So I'm part of what I'm supporting.
And of course, these regulations are all meant to, safeguard members' interest, and of course, to safeguard your interest as well, as a director. And of course, to grow the movement, even into bigger scales. I'll be coming back so that we wind up, but for now, we want to sorry, my producer says that, or my director says that we can continue. I want to hear now from you, Mategwa, from where you see it, going forward, where do you see the growth of the SACCO movement coming from?
If I can tell you, in the next 10 years, from now, with the regulation, the rules being put in place, I'm seeing the growth in membership. Many people will join SACCOs. And another thing I'm seeing is that the 22,000 SACCOs, that is too many, we'll be seeing those numbers reducing. Because
so there will be mergers,
there will be mergers and
consolidation.
Yes, consolidation going on to make the sector more stronger. Because a sacco that is having 1,000 members, even going to purchase a software to run, to make sure that their members, their records, everything is digital. Technology is not cheap. Technology is expensive, but it's not expensive as such. But the value you get when you invest in it is so overwhelming.
Like the National Police Sacco. I mean, do you have any sacco that you are eyeing, probably maybe for mergers, for acquisitions?
I will not say there is a certain sacco that we are eyeing to merge with, but if there is a sacco that will feel they are being suffocated wherever they are afraid to come and join us, and so that we can improve and enjoy the economy of scales.
Have you initiated such conversations?
We have not, because we cannot
do you have your eyes trailed on any sacco?
To do what?
The time is not yet ripe.
You see, right now, there is a sacco with the chairman, with the CEO, with the board of directors. How do you start now telling them that we want to have a negotiation? But they will just die natural death. And members will be just moving to those circles that have embraced technology, they are on regulations, their people have confidence. So we'll see a lot of movement of members. And that is why I'm saying we'll see the reduction of these numbers of circles that are being registered. Will go down because in the US there is a lot of merging and whatever, because to meet the regulation and serve members better. And the credit unions, they are not the big number the way we are. Yes, and that is a continent. Yes.
Marube, I know you want to say something in regard to what he's saying, but also I also want to hear from you. Do you think it is high time that we come up with a regulator develops what you'd call the minimum cash reserve ratio for SACCOs, as you have for banks?
That is already in place. It's already in place in terms, that's what is been emphasizing on regulations. We have parameters, ratios, cash ratios, the different capital ratios that you have to meet on a monthly basis. So we are building up.
So is it high time that we upscale that number?
Yes, it's being upscaled. It's being upscaled gradually. There is a minimum that's being reviewed from time to time. As you grow your membership and you are growing your loan book, you must also increase your capital. Now, our policy has restructured the manner in which cooperatives are going to be run. Now, there is going to be a lot of growth in the agricultural sector, because we are now trying to bring cooperative agricultural cooperatives or marketing cooperatives along the value chain. All right? If it is the dairy sector, for example, we want all the dairy cooperatives and their suppliers to come together, so that along that particular line, the farmers can have economies of scale. All right? Now, we are also, so agricultural sector, the coffee, the main cooperatives, tea, we are going to restructure them so that they can become more efficient. All right? And to feed the growing population in this country. Number two, the growing youth, with a lot of, so we are going to see more of workers' cooperatives coming up. Workers' cooperatives.
Yeah.
The young men in ICT coming together, forming a cooperative so that they can give services of ICT. We are going to see doctors coming together to provide their services through a cooperative. We are going to see the builders, the workers who build mansions and the welders coming together with that particular skill and forming a cooperative according to the services they are going to give to the economy. So new cooperatives are going to come up because the cooperatives come with the need Yeah, so that's another area that we are going to see a lot of opportunities
going forward.
Going forward.
Very well.
Even schools, schools now are going to have school workers coming together and forming cooperatives.
Very well.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, time is not on our side, but thank you very much indeed for your insight and, of course, for finding time this morning to come and share with us the current state of the SACCOs in the country, the future, the challenges, and, of course, the prospects. Otherwise, your time is highly appreciated.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Asante sana. Well, we've been talking to Daniel Marube, the Executive Director of Cooperative Alliance of Kenya, and David Matego, the Chairperson of Police National SACCO, joining us here to help us understand what is the current status of the cooperative movement and where the SACCOs are going, the challenges they are facing, and, of course, how they are addressing them and where growth is coming from going forward. Brian Kimani is my name. This is Base Check. We are live from Broadcasting House. Our next conversation is around the minimum wage debate. It has been going on for the last how many days now? 6 days. We want to look what is in it, and of course, can we sustain this as an economy? Well, stay right here. A short break is well deserved.
Sasa wewe sijui Jack wako sijui ndio Yusuf wako ndio anafanya usiwe na amani.
Kumbe ni nani mwingine?
Ndio unajinyongesha hivyo jamani.
Brian, hilo ni swali gani unauliza mgeni wewe? Wewe wafanya nini hapa?
Hebu mama, wafanya nini hapa?
Basi huyo msichana ndiye alikuwa hapa. After tu umeondoka na yule mgeni, huyo msichana akaja.
Wewe shida yako ni nini?
Mimi ndiye nikuulize wewe shida yako ni nini gani? Mbona wakati wote nikija kumuona babako hutaki nimuone?
Kwa ufupi hawa ni watu wangu mimi.
Mzee, you can call it kahindi, kahi.
Ni watu wazima mkikosana, mwataka sisi tuige mfano wa nani?
Dadangu, huoni aibu?
Aibu ungeiona wewe Kate ilokuzunguka, right, left and center.
Nilidhani haya mambo ya leo tushawachana nayo. Kwa hivyo sijakukasirisha. Unanisinya.
Zinga.
Full stop. Don't allow dad to drink again.
Wewe umekuja juzi tu. Relax. And know your place.
Sijui kama ni Mungu ana-replace Joyce na huyu kijana.
Huyo kijana yake hapati chochote hapa. Hakikisha umemwambia kasikia.
Mama Jane, mtafanywa DNA ama mtaconfirm aje? Hakuna haja.
Of course.
But why now? As in mbona kukuja last year but one?
Mimi na umri wangu huu. Yale mambo ananipitisha. I'm too old for this, Christine.
1 week is not enough. 2 months. 2 months tutajuana. You will know me better and I will know you very good.
Huku si kwako.
Udaku haipendi uzembe. Kabla ujiaibishe, chunguza kwanza. Alikuwa anatoka wapi?
Oh my God! The Samael! Samael just threw a fireball in Teddy Hart's face!
You know, Contra, I
haven't forgotten about the fire that you threw in my cousin Teddy Hart's eyes.
Heart Foundation! Your family is littered in tragedy. We're gonna finalize it.
Will Smith Jr. stepping up to Contra. What the hell? Who is that? Let's get a hell of a super kick. It's Pillman. It's Pillman Jr.
Heart Foundation.
Does this mean you are now seeing eye to eye?
Tito, what kind of a question is that? Si wanaonana macho kwa macho.
Class, I want to say that Mr. Fritsch and I, we have decided to put our differences aside.
You want to be one campaign manager? You messed me in my dream. You want to mess me again? Stupid.
Kinyanju niko fresh, very fresh. Wacha nikwambie Kinyanju. Unajua umoja ni nguvu, utengana ni utaifa.
Bibi acha niendelea kutegana. Wewe hebu jipe shughuli, niko very busy. I am very very busy. Wewe wasiana kunisumbua ate business partner makopa yangu.
So guys, let me tell you.
Classmate.
Welcome back. You're watching Biz Check, where we discuss critical issues around the economy, business, and of course, social development that impact your life on a daily basis. And turn now to focus on the minimum wage debates. And on the 1st of May, President Uhuru Kenyatta increased the minimum wage by 12%. Of course, there was uproar from employers, saying that this was uncalled for at a time when the economy is struggling and companies are struggling, of course, to employ and to remain afloat. To help us put this conversation into the right perspective and, of course, look at the pros and cons of these, we're joined by CPA Sami Aloyo. He's a director at ACMAC Global Consultant, which is a tax as well as business advisory consultancy here in Nairobi. And he knows a thing or two about taxation and, of course, how the minimum wage is likely to impact companies going forward. And, of course, how it's likely to impact Kenya's competitiveness on the global map. Thank you very much indeed,
Thank you,
Aloyo, for your time. So first of all, I want to hear from you. I mean, when you heard the news from President Uhuru Kenyatta, at the Nyayo National Stadium on the minimum wage, what was your reaction as a financial consultant?
As a financial consultant, we're looking both ways, both from the employer side and the employee side. It was overwhelming and it was high. It was a good move by the president, because when you look at the inflation right now, the consumer purchasing parity has actually gone high. Goods are higher right now. The taxes are, as much as they've lowered the tax by putting a minimum bill, I think it was a good move by the president actually to cushion them employees and give them a token. However, for the employers, it's going to be something that is going to be looked at, because people already have done budgets. This is media. People have done budgets. We have budgeted profits. So that aspect of budgeted profits is going to be affected. So employers are going to sit down and try to come up with measures how to cushion and how to act and counteract whatever the president has done. So both for the consumer is fine, for the employee is actually an added move, but from the employer side is going to be a pain.
The 1st of May, I mean, this is coming how many days? Almost a month after the national budget was presented in the month of May. That was on the 9th of April. And it is coming how many? About almost 1.5 months before the end of the current financial year. How is it going to complicate the operations of companies going forward?
Most companies are going to do restructure. Because you see, most of the companies are going to be affected are those in the manufacturing sector, because those are the people who have huge number of employees in the minimum scale. Most corporates don't have employees in the upper scales, which means they'll not be affected as much as people in the manufacturing sector. So you're going to see a lot of restructure. Most companies might want to lay off. Those ones who had planned to actually employ more, they're going to retract on that kind of aspect, so they see how to maintain the profits that they actually budgeted for in the beginning of the year. Yes.
So, and when you talk about, restructuring and, when you hear such words, right sizing, downsizing,
yes.
I mean, one thing comes into mind is the laying off of people, yes. Companies shedding off workers.
Yes.
And this is definitely, the worst time to do this because of the prevailing micro and macroeconomic environment in this country. Is there anything that can be done, to ameliorate, the situation as we stand?
Things can be done, but depends from company to company. It depends on the company strategies that actually have been employed by the owners of the company. Other companies will look at it and actually restrain. There are those who are actually paying overtime. Most companies will now come up and say, we can no longer pay overtime. There are those companies now who would say, we are going to increase salary at a scale maybe next year. That means that plan to increase salaries are going to be retracted back. So it depends with the company and the organization and their structure of implementation. So it varies across board the sector. Yes.
So from that pronouncement by President Uhuru Kenyatta, from where you see it, do you believe it was done in consultation with industry stakeholders?
I believe that's a political move. That's a political move. It's barely a political move. We are actually moving into an era of election. So I believe that is a political move as much as it was well intended for the consumer. Because you see, if there were a consultation between the employers and the government, then you see that the employers actually complained after that kind of narration, because it means going to actually increase the wage bill. That means their profits are going to go, because most corporations are looking at profits. And when you look at the current economical structure, companies are going at a loss, because actually the war in Ukraine, things have gone up, manufacturing costs have gone up, now the wage bill has gone up. So most companies actually, and the employers actually struggling with the fact that they have now to dip more in the pocket to pay more to their employees. Yes.
When the president made, and I'm going to read what he actually said, when he announced that minimum increment, he said there is a compelling case to review the minimum wage so as to cushion our workers against further erosion of their purchasing power.
Yes.
Definitely, I mean, that is a compelling case,
yes.
one can argue.
Yes.
But do you think it was done in the right context?
In terms of context, like I told you, this is a political move. As much as it's actually helping the employees, it's a political move. In the context of which it was applied, because you see, it's going to have impact. Employees are going to have extra income. With the minimum wage was 13,500. Now it moved to 15,000 shillings. That means an average of around 2,000 shillings on a larger scale. So as much as it was well intended for the employee, how that 2,000 is going to impact a life now depends with the individual in this kind of manner. How it's going to impact the employers is going to they're going to have to dip more into their pockets so they can survive this economical turbulence. And the truth is this, that as far as we are going, things are going to get tougher. Prices are going to increase. The war in Ukraine is still ongoing. We're actually importers of these basic commodities that we provide. That means the 2,000 that has been increased to 1,500, as much as it's going to be an ease on the employee, it's not going to be so much that actually can be...
The impact will not be significant.
The impact cannot be significant in
because
this kind of scenario.
Because currently, the minimum wage in Kenya is 13,500.
Yes.
So with a 12% increase, that is coming to
15,120.
Yes. To cushion workers, in a proper way, and to cushion the most vulnerable.
Yes.
And the most vulnerable in this country are people who are in that category of wage bill going lower, and of course, going up a little bit. how would it have been done differently, you know, to impact, to have a major impact on the social well-being of workers, and of course to protect the interest of employers?
One way the government should have looked at it is actually taxes. Is reduce taxes or exempt taxes in the basic commodities, totally basic commodities. We are seeing the price of oil is going up because there are sanctions. Even the largest exporter of oil, Indonesia, actually they're saying they're closing down exports.
That is palm oil.
Yeah, that's palm oil. So that means the prices of oil is going up. So the government, how it look at it is just look at it in terms of taxes. That will have helped everybody across the board, because 1,500 shillings, an extra income, as much as is good, it might not help you as much, because if a liter of cooking oil right now goes to around 300 shillings, then how much more can you purchase? So the government should have looked at it in terms of taxes reduction or abolishing the taxes on basic commodities. Corruption is here. You cannot say they're going to abolish corruption right now. It's a long-term process, but the immediate process is abolishment of taxes in the basic commodities. And actually manufacturers could be given a relief of a kind, because it is from the manufacturing that we are getting prices on these commodities. So if the manufacturers could be given a relief, that the products they're manufacturing have a relief tagged on it in terms of taxes, then that means the basic commodities that you're buying locally will have a price reduction. So it will be easy for the common mananchi to buy basic needs, because this is what we need for the basic mananchi, those ones who are earning between 10,000 and maybe 25,000.
But by reducing you know, the basic commodities, I mean, and this was done in 2017 until it was reviewed in 2020. And the Kenya Revenue Authority was decrying that it was losing billions of shillings, you know, in unpaid taxes because of these moves. And this was having a direct impact on Kenya's development agenda, as well as taxation raising measures. So then how then would the government have done that and at the same time not had taxation measures that have been put in place?
You see, when you look at countries like the US, they're taxing the rich more, they're taxing the poor less. So that kind of tax regime, if it's applied retrospectively in this kind of market, it could yield results. Because we see what the government is doing. The projects the government is engaging in, they are long-term projects. The roads they're constructing now, the buildings, the infrastructure, is not an immediate return. It has a long-term effect return. So by the time this return is going to have effect on this economy, we have 5 years lapse years, or maybe between 3 and 5 years lapse. So between this period, the government, as much as the taxes will have impacted higher on the Kenya Revenue Authority, that they will be unable to collect, because receiving the Kenya Revenue Authority, they collect what the government plans to spend. So that means one structure the government would have done is try and audit the expenditure of its exchequer, so that you limit whatever budgets are given by these departments, so that you can have something left out. And this sum that is left out, now you cushion and attract it on the tax base. That means the tax base is reduced. Because the problem with KRA is they're collecting money for people who are budgeting. They're not budgeting. Their work is to collect. So there are other people who are budgeting. So if you could cross-merge these kind of sectors, whereby the Auditor General has a mandate, you've been given a mandate that on these budgets, they relook these budgets and cut them on cost measures, so that the impact on what is being collected can affect the economy.
But that role is given to the National Assembly.
Yes.
Through the Budget Committee.
Budget Committee.
Whereby they look into those issues. And, you know, constitutionally, I mean, the National Assembly is the representation of people's will, you know, politically. And so, in your own opinion, you feel that it is high time that we onboarded the National
Assembly,
the Auditor's Office, you know, to also be going through these budgets and, of course, giving their opinion.
Yes, I believe that would be a very brilliant direction, because you see, the Auditor General looks at a broader perspective. The Parliament is a political body. As much as you want to look at it as a public interest body, they have political interests. As long as their salaries
are... It's an institution composed of politicians.
Yeah, politicians. They have political interests. So as long as their salaries are untouched, you remember when they tried to touch the political salaries, all of them came up in arms. So as long as their interests are taken care of, they don't mind about all other Kenyans. So I believe it will be a good move to involve the Auditor General in this kind of budgeted processes, so that by the time the budget are actually being approved to be forwarded to the Treasury, so that KRA could actually collect this money. The Auditor General has gone through it, has approved it, and actually has said this is right. Because you see, some of the budgets, I've worked in the government institution before, some of the budgets that are coming up on board have a lot of expenses that actually, when you look at it, they're just obvious and absurd. So when the Auditor General, you have an extra eye to look at this kind of budgets, then we are sure that some of these things that actually are inflating the budget will actually go down. Yes.
And also bearing in mind that, you know, you have the Parliamentary Budget Office, which is supposed to look keenly, you know, into the issues of budgeting, and of course, you know, appraise Parliament, you know, on the same. Don't you think then we'll also be having, you know, a lot of repetition by various institutions?
Because see, why I propose this kind of structure, and I've actually proposed it, I have a rule I actually say. The budget is a political document. The people who are constructing a budget actually look at many other things, broader perspective, beyond what me and you would look at it. They look at what the president wants. They look at what the president wants to impact on the people. We have government projects that actually look at the social welfare of Kenyans, and they look at the political tension. So the budgeted processes in government, actually they overlook many other aspects. So they have to come up with a balanced document. So this balanced document, that's what I say, I would propose the balanced document could actually go further to an extra dimension, whereby the Auditor General could look at this kind of document from various institutions of government and actually give a clean bill of health before they actually proceed. Yes.
You see, this was the first time in 3 years that the president has announced a new minimum wage. And the last time it was done was in 2018, and it was increased by 5%. At that time, the inflation rate was about 5.53%.
Yes.
Now you're looking at 6.4?
6.5 actually.
6.5%. Yes. And the projections are that, you know, by the end of this month, you know, the figures are likely to change.
Yes.
So do you think, don't you think then, you know, the low cadre worker, you know, had been left to suffer for too long?
Like I told you, this is a political move as much as it's a financial move.
Why do you want to look at it, you know, from a political lens?
Because government is a political institution, or however much you want to look at it. As much as they have financial components in it, it's a political institution. They have to go with the masses. From between 2017 and now, between that period and now, like you see, inflation has actually gone above like 1%, one more extra percent. That means there's a high, whatever you were purchasing before, prices have gone up of commodities. The cost of living actually has gone up. So it was a bright moment for the president to give this increase. However, I look at it as a political direction. Because the president now is leaving office. He wants to appease whoever he has been serving because he has been critiqued before. So he has to see, let's give workers this kind of token to cushion them. When I go look, 12% is not much. Like I tell you, it's 1,500, Bob. 1,500 shillings for an ordinary Kenyan. It will just serve you a week. It is not like it's nothing, but it's not that much. They will have looked at it differently. That's why I'm looking at it as a political move. So that the president, actually, as I leave office, I leave with a good thing.
In 2017, I mean, we saw a similar move where, you know, the minimum wage was increased by a whopping 18%, and the Federation of Employers of Kenya, you know, were up in arms again, and were saying that this is going to push so many employees out of business. You know, they're going to fire people. I'm yet to get any statistics as to what happened back then. But do you see the situation getting out of hand, you know, whereby we're likely to see mass layoffs in corporate Kenya?
Like I told you, different corporates have different strategies. What they look at is different. There are those who have capital resource is key. There are those who management resource is key. So for those ones who are capital resource is key, they will try and see how they're going to circumvent the process But that means that whatever benefits they actually had placed to give out, that means they will not be able to give out. If they had actually planned to give out dividends, that means dividends to shareholders are going to go down. So I believe in the coming years, in the coming few months, those companies that actually will feel unable to bear this burden, you'll start seeing layoffs or stricter measures to their employees.
Yes. Allow me also to read, part of the statement that, President Uhuru Kenyatta, referred to when he increased the minimum wage bill by 12%. And this is what he said: "In full appreciation of the critical contribution of workers to the economy, and following the recommendation of various stakeholders," and I want you to underline stakeholders, "we find that there is a compelling case to review the minimum wage so as to cushion our workers against further erosion." So when the president talks about various stakeholders, I know you do not hold brief for the president. Would you see a situation whereby, employers were never consulted when this decision was made?
I think employers are consulted, but they rejected it. Before this 1st of May, you saw employers saying, we believe they're not going to increase the minimum wage. Actually, that's what they said before the 1st. But when the president came in on 1st, he said, we are increasing by 12%. And immediately after that announcement, you saw the chair of the FKE saying, this was not part of our plan. This is a raw deal for us. We are going to consult more and see how we're going to merge this process. So I believe, as much as stakeholders, as much as consultation goes on, you might be consulted, but whatever you promise or whatever you're given might actually be overridden by other stakeholders.
But also, let's face it, as a country, for anybody to be earning 13,500, 16,000 in Nairobi, is that even sustainable?
It is not sustainable, but look at the company. Because you see, it's the company that actually employs that decides we can only give this much to this kind of person. So, and you see, these companies actually, when they're doing their budgeting, they look at a broader perspective. And tax is key. When you look at the East African market, we actually, we are among the countries where the tax is actually high. So when you look at our tax regime, that is the only place where if it is looked at carefully, we could reduce all these
but
other
the value-added tax is, is uniform across the board.
It's uniform across the board. But look at our 30% on the corporate taxation. The VAT is transactional. Corporate tax is at the end of the day. So VAT affects you and me because the manufacturer passes that kind of burden to you and me. So that affects me and you directly. The corporate tax affects the companies independently. So when they put all these things together, corporate says we can only pay a bill up to this much. So as much as we might want to say it is not enough, the payment or the structure of payment comes to these corporates which are operating in this kind of market. So they are the ones who determine, I have to pay this on 13,000. Like you can see now they're saying it has gone from 13 to 15. They are crying out loud. If they were given a chance to pay employees lesser, they would actually done that. The truth is, it is not sustainable. Yes.
When the Secretary General of the Central Organization of Trade Workers Union, that is COTU, Francis Atwoli, rose to speak. He said that they actually wanted a 40% increase in wages, but after consultation with the Ministry of Labor and Federation of Kenya employers, they agreed at 12%. So from your understanding, and then the following day, actually the same day, a statement is issued by the Federation of Kenya employers saying that they do not support that move. And so everybody was left wondering, now who is telling the truth and who is becoming economical with the truth?
I believe consultations were done, but the agreement, the final agreement, again, was not agreed upon. I believe that is what transpired. Yes.
But when you look at our economic fundamentals as a country, as we stand now, coming from a very painful macroeconomic environment under the coronavirus pandemic, now we are battling with the era of hyperinflation because of rising commodity prices, and you're talking about fertilizer, you're talking about oil, which is a critical component, in Kenya's manufacturing industry. Do they support a 12% pay increment?
The manufacturers?
No, the fundamentals.
The fundamentals of economics. They support it. They support it because you see what the president is trying to do right now is actually increase the purchasing power parity of an individual.
Yes.
That affects the GDP and the larger scale of events. Actually, look at the GDP of the country. It's actually the purchasing power parity is actually one of the components that actually is used to calculate the GDP at the end of the period. But when you look at the economic stabilization of our country at this moment, because you see we are dependent on the manufacturers. Most countries, they have economic muscle because they're actually dependent on exports. As we import more than we actually export, that is the burden of which we have in this economy. So in terms of the economical structure of this country, yes, it is workable, but the dependence is on the private sector. Yes, so you see the private sector now determines whatever you're giving us is not achievable in our circumstances as of now.
Yes. I mean, allow me to read the statement that was issued by the FKE Executive Director, Jacqueline Mogo, and she said that it was on Sunday, that labor is a fixed cost, and so this wage rise is a monthly hit on the payroll, but we will do what we can to see what adjustment to make to comply with the head of a state directive. From where you sit or from where you stand, I mean, how do you interpret her statement?
Her statement. But I believe, you see, the president has already issued the directive.
Because this is a non-committal statement.
Yes, but it has to be followed, right, from the president. So whatever they are saying is we have to go back to our structures and restructure, as I told you before. Most companies are going to restructure to cushion the increase in the wage bill. So that means they're going to have different companies will apply different structures depending on their organization and their market. And I tell you the truth is, depending on the kind of organization, we're going to see either layoffs or retracted benefits to the employees. Yes.
And of course, well, the other impact is the fact that this is likely to create backlog in terms of people looking for employment, because you have a situation whereby companies are paying more to their workers, and so they're not going to hire more people because they're cash trapped. But the question is this: then how do we also need to match productivity with the minimum wage?
The minimum wage. So when you look at productivity and the minimum wage, productivity is viewed differently from different organizations. Like I told you, there are those companies which believe human capital is core to them. That kind of organization, whatever illustrations, whatever benefits, whatever pains that come with this directive, they will hold it still. But those companies which feel that IT is more critical than the human wage, actually, they're going to reduce the wage, the employees. The benefits that employees get in these manufacturing sectors, some are given lunch, some are given tea breaks. That means if companies look at it from a different perspective, they're going to cut these benefits from these employees. Yes.
And now going forward, because we're talking about inflation going up. So will that minimum wage increment have any impact going forward?
It will have very minimal impact. It's going to have very minimal impact. Like you see, every day, the war in Ukraine is still ongoing. That means fuel prices are still going to go up. We still have a struggling shilling against the dollar. That means the economy and whatever expenses we have in manufacturing, they're going to go up. Means that they'll pass it to the consumer. Oil, everything is going up. So whatever difference we have between the 13,000 and 15, that is 1,500, as much as it's going to help, it's not going to be so much, but I think the president should be applauded for this kind of move. However, it's not going to be so much to the employee, because as much as you have increased 1,500, the prices of commodities have actually increased double whatever you have increased the employees. Yes.
As part of the remedial measures that you are trying to pass across is removing or reducing taxes on basic commodities.
Yes.
But that may have a feel-good effect, in the in the short term to medium term. But in the long term, can that be sustained going forward?
It actually can be sustained. Like when you look at the Kenyan economy and when you look at our budgets, we have corrupted budgets. If corruption can be removed from these budgets, I tell you the truth, that even if you reduce the taxes on the commodities, it's going to be sustained. Because whoever is going to collect this money, which is the Kenya Revenue Authority, are going to collect money that's going into projects and actual projects. So if corruption is eliminated, then whatever margin you have that actually will be created by reduction of taxes on basic commodities can actually be merged.
Yes. And I have had this conversation around, the corrupted budget.
Yes.
But how do you pinpoint, or as a country, I mean, how do we get to a point whereby we sit down, we look at the budget and we say there is an element of corruption in our budget and we need to streamline this?
Yeah. Like I proposed before, I can tell you, from where I sit, I believe these budgets need to be subjected to another extra authority like the Auditors General. Because when you look at the prices some of these budgets are coming up with, they're extraordinary budgets. When you look at what the Auditor General actually just flagged the other day, that a commodity was to be given at price X, but it was budgeted 2 or 3 times what it was supposed to be actually bought for or sold for. So you see, once we have an extra independent body that looks at these budgets before they're actually taken to Parliament for approval, or if this Auditor General is given an oversight or a mandate to advise the Budget Committee on the budget that's actually being created, I think that would help us eliminate the process of corruption. Corruption cannot be eliminated completely, but actually it can be reduced. Yes.
I know we keep on talking about inflation in this country, but there are a lot of people who are yet to understand the whole concept of inflation and how it impacts on their, or how it erodes, their purchasing power. Probably, maybe you could take a minute or two, to explain to people what is contained in the inflation basket and how it affects their purchasing power.
One thing about inflation, I think when people talk about inflation, actually people think about different things. The basic inflation that affects everyone else is the purchasing power and the prices of commodity and prices of transaction. For example, oil, just the other day it was 110, actually 104, now it is 140. That means there has been an increase in the manufacturing. The manufacturers have to actually pay 40 extra shillings for a liter of petrol so that they can run their companies. These companies, they produce goods. Whatever the goods they produce, at the tail end, they have to merge these costs so they can recover from the goods they have produced. That means the prices of goods actually will go up. That means if you're buying bread, just the other day you're buying bread at 30 shillings, right now you're buying it at 55. Or just 2 months ago you're buying it at 50, now you're buying it at 55. Milk actually has gone up. So that is inflation in itself. So whatever is happening, if the prices of oil is increasing, that means we have inflated prices on the basic commodities that you're purchasing. So if you're purchasing something at 50 shillings, now it is 55. Milk the other day, a liter was just 45 shillings. Now it's 75 shillings. So that is the effects of inflation that actually are impacting from the manufacturer, from the importer, back to the consumer, now who has to pay higher prices to achieve basic commodities or any other commodity. Yes.
And so what you're simply saying is that, and you have used the example of oil. Sometimes in January it was 110. Now people are paying 144 shillings, for super petrol, and diesel is how much? Is it 120?
127, I think.
Yes, 127, thereabout. And this cost by transporters, by manufacturers, is going to go to, or is going to end to the end consumer in what we call the pass-through effect. But as consumers, I mean, how do you adjust your lifestyle, to deal with this?
I think every consumer, regardless of how much you're earning, you have luxury purchases and you have basic purchases. So regardless the components of what you have, that means you have to reduce your luxury purchases to adopt to your basic purchases. And luxury depends. To you, milk can be a basic commodity. To someone else, milk can be a luxury commodity. So it just depends on how you're going to balance yourself out. So you have to reduce your luxury commodities, and whatever money is remaining, you have to put it on your basic commodities.
Look, you know, the issue of raising the minimum wage by the government, I mean, is a culture that dates back to more than 5 decades since Kenya attained independence. Do you think it adds any value to the workers?
It added value before. You see, before this era, between the 2007 era and now era, yeah, it added value before, because before we didn't have huge development projects. We didn't have a high borrowing from outside. When you look at the difference between now and before, right now we have a lot of loans that we need to pay out. Yeah, so the development that actually we are using, or we used money to borrow, so that, because you see, every borrower, before you borrow the IMF tells you, okay, this is your standard. If you want to borrow more, how are you going to raise the extra money? Then they tell you, okay, fine, you have to raise VAT, or you have to raise commodity taxes. So when you look at the different regimes, it helped before, but right now it's just helping you to balance, because the inflation is going up, prices of commodities are going up, taxes are going up. So whatever you're increasing, as much as it's an increase, it just barely lives at the same level. We have an advantage that the president gave the relief on pay as you earn. That was a very brilliant move, because right now, if we had increased 1,500 to someone who was earning 13,000, that means they have actually moved up to the tax bracket. So whatever they will have been taxed is actually more than what you're increasing for them. So I believe before it used to make sense. Right now it's just it's just a balancing act in the economy.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Is it high time that we leave the markets, to balance themselves, and should we leave then the question of deciding how much do I pay the workers and what should be my minimum wage, to different companies? Because let's face it, I mean, you have big corporations, you have middle-sized corporations, of course you have small corporations, and their revenue stream is absolutely different. Their returns are also different. So is it high time that we abolish that issue of declaring minimum wages?
No, I believe declaring minimum wage helps the employee, because as much as we want to sit and say it is a tactical move, that we have different employers who want to actually take advantage of the fact that there is no regulation. Mm-hmm. Someone will pay you 5,000 shillings, and Kenyans are desperate. You will start weighing, do I stay at home and earn nothing, or go to work and earn 5,000 shillings? So I believe the cap that the government is placing, and the regulation they're placing on the minimum wage, helps and cushions the employees against bad employers.
Are you trying to say that the market cannot be left to regulate itself, and the issue of wage? In
the issue of wage, it cannot be able to regulate itself, because what happens? The business owner looks at profits. The business owner does not look at the employee. Actually, business owners don't care about the employees as much. They care about their profits. So it is the employee who comes in. Actually, I'm picking you to this position so that I can have a tail end profit. So if you leave them to the owners of companies, that means they're going to use, and actually they're going to take advantage of these employees who are looking for work so they can make profits. So reduced labor means increased profits. So when you leave it for the marketers or the companies to decide by themselves how much they are earning, the employee should earn, that actually is going to form another crisis, because they're going to take advantage of employees. Mm-hmm. Yes.
And when we talk about the minimum wage, have we ever defined whether it is gross or net?
That is a good question, because whatever the president is giving actually is supposed to be on the net, because it's on the net. Mm-hmm. Because right now he has increased relief on pay as you earn. So whatever he's increasing is increased actually on the net. Mm-hmm. Yes. So most employees on
so this is and when you're talking about the net, this is the money that you are going to take.
This is the money we're going to
take after taxation.
Yes, after taxation.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So that is what the president increased.
That is what not really. That's not what the president increased. Mm-hmm. For the minimum wage earners, that's what the president increased, because they're not paying taxes. Pay as you earn is abolished for them. Mm-hmm. But for that person who's earning 24,000, and increase your 12%, your 12% has increased on your gross. That means if you're not being taxed, it means you're going to go to a regime where you're going to be taxed. So it is on gross, but it will only affect, the gross will only affect those who are paying taxes. If you're moving from one bracket of tax, if you're not being paid tax, you're not paying taxes, it moves you to an extra bracket. That means you're going to be subjected to tax.
But this only affected people who were earning 13,500.
Yes, but
those are exempted from pay as you earn.
Yes, but you see, drivers, their minimum wage is 23,000.
For drivers?
For drivers, 23,000. So if you add 12%, they go up to 25,000. That means, for right now, the tax, the pay as you earn is actually advantageous. They'll pay around 30 shillings or 49 shillings on the pay as you earn. So on this minimum wage, those ones who are earning 13,500. It is actually their net because they're not paying any taxes. But the increment as is actually on the gross. Yes.
And so to some, this is also likely to adjust some people, into the pay as you earn bracket.
Yes.
So it is a case of giving you something and of course taking a little bit of it, from one hand.
Yeah.
Is that the case?
Not really. In this case, it's not the case because we have high relief. What cushions this kind of transaction is the high relief we have. So even if you move from one bracket of not paying taxes to the next bracket, that means if you're earning 23,000, you'll earn 25. You'll pay around 30 shillings. So you still have an advantage. Yes, you still have an advantage. You still have an advantage. Yes.
So are there people who are going to feel the benefit of these minimum wage rise more than the others?
Yes, definitely. The people earning 13,500 as we speak, they're going to have a benefit because that is going to benefit them. Those ones who are earning above 24,000, the difference is not actually as much as you might want to think because there's a tax element. As much as you earn me 12%, 3% will go back to taxes. Maybe you now have just 9%. So the people who are earning below the 24,000 shillings, they'll actually have a benefit, an overriding benefit. Those ones who are earning above, it will be a marginal benefit.
Do we have any idea how many people or how many workers fall in that category?
According to the statistics, actually that was done, I think, was it Stanbic? They said I think 70% of the employees actually on the minimum wage.
70%?
Around 70%. Because these are people employed in the manufacturing industries. These are the people who actually, these are the security guards, some of the security guards, drivers, we have
receptionists.
Yes, receptionists. We have home care workers. Those are people who are falling in this kind of category. And actually they are more around 70%. Of the workforce, yes.
They're about 70% of the workforce.
Yes.
So the people who have been spared are the rest, the 30%.
The 30%.
But of course, in terms of taxes,
the 30% are paying taxes.
They carry the burden tax.
They carry the burden taxes.
Of Kenya. And so how do we then even out? Because you have a situation whereby 30% of the workforce are paying taxes for the 70% of the workforce, and of course, this is a major burden. So how do you ensure that you even out the equation so that you do not end up, disadvantaging the person who is in the 30%?
Yeah. You see, our tax regime is marginal. It's not subjective as it is that you might want to look at it. The 70% and the 30% share common taxes, like VAT, excess duty. They share the common taxes. Where there's a difference in margin is just the pay as you earn, which it is advantageous to have a relief on the 70 and let the 30 pay. It is just a cross balance of events. Yes.
Very good. Anything else that we need to know from you before I let you go?
In terms of taxes, I believe as we increase taxes in this economy, everyone now needs to come through and do their restructure. Because taxes will always be there. The budget has been passed, the taxes that actually have been abolished, those ones we have been exempted, those ones which have been added. It's about planning. For the consumer, it's about planning. You plan well, you execute. If there are things that you were buying before you cannot afford, that means you need to buy less. We have loans in the market. Actually, that now we are like operating a loanable market, which is coming actually in the next 10 years. We will actually be full loan like maybe the US. So you look at what you're purchasing, you balance out your effects, you cushion your taxes. For corporates, it's just restructure. Taxes is restructure. You restructure whatever you're having. Look at ways to reduce your costs so that you can still make profit.
Very well. CPA Sam Aloyo, thank you very much indeed for joining us this morning. And of course, now it's almost approaching noon.
Yes.
Of course, for sharing with us, your knowledge on this issue of the minimum wage.
Yeah.
And you know for sure that this debate is likely to go on now that the country is almost getting into the political mood in full swing.
Yes.
Otherwise, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for
Enjoy
having
the
me.
rest of the afternoon.
Thank you.
Very good. We've been talking to CPA Sammy Aloyo. He's a director at ACMAC Global Consultants, which is a taxation as well as a business advisory company. And of course, the question that we have been battling with is the minimum wage debate. Remember on the 1st of May, that was on Sunday, President Uhuru Kenyatta announced a 12% increment in minimum wage in this country. And of course, there was a reaction from different players, from the Central Organization Trade Union. Oh, they sang hallelujah. From the Federation of Kenya Employers, of course, were crestfallen on these measures, saying that this was likely to impact the employment and of course the labor market in this country. You have heard it all from Sammy. And of course, my name is O'Brien Kimani. Thank you for your time. You've been with us in the last 2 hours. Remember, Kurunzi is coming up next. Otherwise, enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Bye for now.
With the certified seed, you'll never have bacterial wilt, and you'll also not have a disease called potato cyst nematode.
Bibi hasa yenye tulitoa hapa tuliletewa na director wetu, ilifanya kazi mzuri sana.
Tutasaidia serikali kwa kupunguza ajali. Naona kama nchi yetu haitakuwa na shida ya chakula.
Yote haya kwenye KBC Channel 1.
Kushinda viumbe pia. Utampata mwanadamu ashukuru asichukuru. Mwenyezi Mungu amempatia nywele, amempatia mikono, amempatia macho, amempatia yani vitu vingi, so many things Allah amempatia free of charge.
Yeyote ambaye anataka kulima na kuchuma ndani ya mwezi mtukufu wa Ramadhani, basi ajikurubishe na maamrisho ya Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala na aepukane na makatazo ya Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
You know, Contra, I haven't forgotten about the fire that you threw in my cousin Teddy Hart's eyes.
Heart Foundation, your family is littered in tragedy. We're gonna finalize it. Will Smith Jr. stepping up to Contra. What the hell? Who is that? Let's get a hell of a super kick. It's Pillman. It's Pillman Jr.
Heart Foundation.
Zinga. Full stop.
Don't allow dad to drink again.
Wewe umekuja juzi tu. Relax. And you know your place.
Sijui kama ni Mungu ana replace Joyce na huyu kijana.
Huyo kijana yake hapati chochote hapa. Hakikisha umemwambia akasikia.
Mama Jane, mtafanywa DNA ama mtakonfirmaje?
Hakuna haja.
Of course, but why now? As in mbona kukuja last year but one?
Mimi na umri wangu huu, yale mambo ananipitisha. I'm too old for this, Christine.
1 week is not enough. 2 months. 2 months tutajuana. You will know me better and I will know you very good.
Huku si kwako.
Udaku haipendi uzembe. Kabla ujiaibishe, chunguza kwanza. Alikuwa anatoka wapi?
We speak with cancer survivors who will help us unpack the whole issue of the gap in caring for cancer patients in Kenya.
At this point, because of the swelling and everything, the only solution is amputation.
I could go to the bathroom when I'm showering and I look at myself, I have 2 breasts, but then I imagine sooner or later I'll not be having one. My mom was ailing from throat cancer.
So at least you are aware that cancer exists.
Yes.
Yeah.
And what we had seen from our mom, I think I was not ready for it.
We're differently abled, differently.
Actually, I didn't want it to stay because it was so painful. So when the doctor came and told me that they needed to amputate, I was so happy because it was so painful. I could not sleep. Yeah, it was not working again, and then I could just feel it inside me.
A neighbor decided to boil some water and actually pour on me, thinking that I'm going to turn black in color. And I still have the scars here with me.
Differently abled, differently.
Sasa wewe sijui Jack wako sijui ndio Yusuf wako ndio anafanya usiwe na amani. Kumbe ni nani mwingine? Ndio unajinyongesha hivyo jamani.
Brian, hilo ni swali gani unauliza mgeni wewe? Wewe wafanya nini hapa?
Hebu mama, wafanya nini hapa?
Basi huyo msichana ndiye alikuwa hapa. After tu umeondoka na yule mgeni, huyo msichana akaja.
Wewe shida yako ni nini?
Mimi ndiye nikuulize wewe shida yako ni nini? Mbona wakati wote nikija kumuona babako hutaki nimuone?
Ayer y los que seremos. Gonzalo, wouldn't it be better to end the whole thing once and for all?
No.
I don't know how he got to the hospital.
So, you don't know how he found out?
No, I don't know. Nothing.
One of the partners of my father was from there. That's him. Yes, that's him. Edgar Almonte Esquero. I'm very sure.
Julieta.
Yes.
Julieta.
Mr. Adrian, there's someone to see you.
See me? Who?
Yes. It's me.
To keep on having debts.
You still have a debt with me. You said that you owe me one, right?
You are now seeing eye to eye.
Tito, what kind of acquisition is that? Si wanaonana macho kwa macho.
Class, I want to say that Mr. Fritch and I
Na mtazamaji, leo hii ni siku ya Alhamisi tarehe 5 mwezi Mei mwaka 2022. Matumaini yangu ni kwamba popote pale ulipo umzima na ya kwamba wiki yako inakuendea vyema kufikia sasa. Karibu sana kwenye kipindi cha Kurunzi Mashinani, tukupashe baadhi ya taarifa ambazo tunazidi kukuandalia. Mimi naitwa Nancy Okware na mfasiri kwa upande wa ishara ni Lensa Odingo. Na basi moja kwa moja tukianza na taarifa za siku ni kwamba baadhi ya viongozi kutoka kaskazini wameunga mkono hatua ya serikali kutangaza kafyu katika kaunti ya Marsabit na eneo la Komu kwenye kaunti ya Isiolo ili kurejesha amani na utulivu katika eneo hilo. Viongozi hao wamesema kafyu hiyo inayotekelezwa kuanzia machweo hadi mawio katika kaunti ya Marsabit na operesheni ya kutoa silaha katika sehemu ya Komu zitasaidia kurejesha amani katika sehemu hizo.
Jumatatu wiki hii serikali ilitangaza hali ya kutotoka nje katika kaunti ya Marsabit kuanzia saa 12 jioni hadi saa 12 asubuhi kwa muda wa mwezi mmoja na kuanzisha shughuli ya kutoa silaha zinazomilikiwa kinyume na sheria katika sehemu ya Komu, kaunti ya Isiolo. Hatua hiyo ikifuatia kudorora kwa usalama katika sehemu hizo, kisa cha hivi punde kikiwa ni pale watu 5 waliouawa wakiwemo chifu na naibu wake siku ya Alhamisi. Baadhi ya viongozi kutoka Marsabit na Isiolo wakipongeza serikali kwa hatua hiyo.
Our purpose of making this statement is to make sure that the objective of the operation is achieved. Until and unless our herders who are displaced forcefully by armed Kenyans, illegally armed Kenyans from neighboring counties, are contained and our people are able to go back and freely graze.
Viongozi hao wameitaka serikali pia kutekeleza mapendekezo ya mikutano ya viongozi wa sehemu hizo kama mojawapo njia ya kuhakikisha usalama wa kudumu unaafikiwa.
Therefore, we want to urge the Inspector General of Police, during this security operation, no attempt should be made to close down informal mining village.
Tafadhali, hii ni wakati ambaye tunaenda kwa mbinu ya siasa. Sisi hatutaki umagaji wa damu iendelee. Tunataka hii vita ikome. Tunataka watu waendelee na maisha yao.
Aidha, wamependekeza kuundwa kwa kikosi maalum cha polisi katika sehemu ya Micha, kaunti ya Isiolo ili kukabiliana na wezi wa mifugo.
Tukiachana na hayo ya usalama, sasa tuingie kwenye masuala ya kilimo ambapo serikali imeongeza maradufu kiwango cha mbolea ya bei nafuu inayouziwa wakulima. Waziri wa Kilimo Peter Munya ameagiza halmashauri ya kitaifa ya nafaka na mazao kuanza kusambaza mbolea hiyo ya bei nafuu mapema wiki ijayo. Munya pia ameondolea mbali hofu ya kuwepo kwa uhaba wa mbolea humu nchini, akisema serikali ina mbolea ya kutosha ambayo itadumu kipindi kizima cha upanzi wa mimea.
Mapema mwezi uliopita, serikali ilitoa shilingi bilioni 5.7 kununua mbolea ya bei nafuu baada ya bei ya mbolea kupanda hadi kiwango ambacho hakijawahi kushuhudiwa mapema mwaka huu. Mbolea hiyo ya bei nafuu imesababisha bei ya mbolea kupungua hadi shilingi 2,800 kwa mfuko wa kilo 50 wa mbolea aina ya DAP na shilingi 1,850 kwa mfuko wa mbolea aina ya CAN na shilingi 2,700 kwa mbolea ya aina ya urea. Mbolea aina ya NPK inauzwa kwa shilingi 3,000 huku sulfate ammonia ikiuzwa kwa shilingi 2,500 kwa kila mfuko wa kilo 50. Hata hivyo, serikali ilikuwa imeruhusu wakulima kununua hadi mifuko 20 ya mbolea hiyo, ambapo wengi wa wakulima walikosa mbolea hiyo.
Any farmer is able to access to a maximum of 40 bags. From the current 20, I have now doubled them. So that farmers can get more fertilizer and they need for their planting season and also the top dressing season.
Akiongea kwenye uzinduzi wa jopo kazi kuhusu kahawa, Munya aliwahakikishia wakulima kuwa serikali imenunua mbolea kutosha kukidhi mahitaji msimu mzima wa upanzi.
Zile shinda zilikuwako za transport ya kutoa fertilizer kwa sababu ya fuel kule Mombasa zimeisha. Sasa hakuna shinda yoyote ya kupata fertilizer. Ile ilikuwa huko North Rift, fertilizer imeanza kufika, players wamekuwa wengi, choices za wakulima zimekuwa nyingi.
Wizara ya Kilimo imebuni jopo kazi la kukadiria bei za kahawa kwa minajili ya kushughulikia changamoto zinazokumba wakulima wa kahawa humu nchini na pia kuongeza mauzo ya kahawa na kuimarisha mapato ya wakulima mbalimbali na kubuni nafasi zaidi za ajira.
Past 2 years, I'm aimed at taking back the sector to its rightful owner, the smallholder producer, so that he gets a fair share of his toil.
Munya alisema changamoto zinazokumba sekta ya kahawa zimetokana na usimamizi mbaya wa makundi ya utapeli kwenye sekta hiyo ambayo vimemaliza juhudi za serikali za kufufua sekta hiyo.
Tukiendelea ni kwamba wanahabari katika kaunti ya Kilifi wanahimiza serikali kuwapa ulinzi wanapotekeleza kazi zao. Wanahabari hao wanadai kuwa vitisho kutoka kwa watu fulani pamoja na mshahara duni vimeathiri utendakazi wao.
Baya Kitsao ambaye ni mwenyekiti wa chama cha wanahabari katika kaunti ya Kilifi amehimiza serikali na vitengo vya usalama kuwapa ulinzi wanapotekeleza kazi zao.
Katika mizozo ambayo imekuwa ikionekana, unakuta kwamba waandishi habari wanapigwa na maafisa wa polisi, wanaumizwa na maafisa wa polisi, na vile vile pia vifaa vyao pia kuweza kuharibiwa na maafisa wa polisi, ambapo hili ni swala ambalo serikali inapaswa kuangalia na kuleta utendakazi mzuri baina ya waandishi habari na vile vile pia na idara ya polisi.
Wanahabari hao pia walitaka wamiliki wa vyombo vya habari kuongeza mshahara kutokana na hali ngumu ya kiuchumi. Kwingineko, viongozi wa chama cha ANC katika eneo la kati wamemtaka kinara wa mrengo wa Kenya Kwanza, naibu rais Daktari William Ruto, kutotekwa na baadhi ya viongozi wa eneo hilo. Wakiongozwa na mwenyekiti wa chama cha ANC katika kaunti ya Kirinyaga Peter Ireri, viongozi hao wamemtaka naibu rais kumteua kiongozi kutoka eneo lingine kuwa mgombea mwenza kwenye uchaguzi mkuu wa mwezi Agosti.
As ANC leaders, we wish to tell the Deputy President that he should not be held hostage by a few leaders from our region who want the position of the Deputy President. Our support for him is unconditional.
Katika kaunti ya Kitui, takriban wakazi 8,500 katika wodi ya Mumoni, eneo la Mwingi Kaskazini, wamekabidhiwa hati miliki za ardhi na gavana wa kaunti hiyo Charity Ngilu.
Miaka mingi kutoka wakati nilizaliwa 62 kutoka kufika leo nimepata title deeds ile ambayo itanisaidia kwa kuchukua loan ama kuchukua naye karibu.
Sasa ile mnaenda kuchagua viongozi, muangalie viongozi ambao wanaelewa sana na shida zenu na vile wanaweza kutatua shida la mwananchi.
Hatimaye, katika kaunti ya Kiambu, polisi wamenasa washukiwa 20 kuhusiana na ulanguzi wa mihadarati katika eneo hilo. Kamanda wa polisi katika eneo hilo Paminas Muchagi amesema wamefanikiwa kunasa misokoto 4,000 za bangi pamoja na bidhaa nyingine haramu.
This operation is continuous and we are going to continue with it until we make sure that Kiambu is completely clean out of these drugs. We are not going to entertain anybody or to allow anybody to bring bang within our areas.
Zaidi ya watoto 50 kutoka familia fukara katika kaunti ya Kilifi wamepokea msaada wa kuendeleza elimu yao ya sekondari. Kwa mujibu wa Kenneth Mbaye ambaye ni mkurugenzi mkuu wa kampuni ya Centum, watoto 300 werevu kutoka familia maskini wamenufaika na msaada wa masomo katika kaunti ya Kilifi, huku wanafunzi 100 kati yao wakijiunga na vyuo vikuu. Na mtazamaji, wanafunzi walionufaika na msaada huo walizoa alama 320 kwenye mtihani wa darasa la 8 KCPE.
Ni muhimu sana ya kuwa watoto wa huku pwani wapate usaidizi na waweze kuendeleza na kujiendeleza kielimu ili tuweze kuinua uchumi na kuendeleza mambo ya huku pwani.
We are recruiting kids who have leadership capabilities, who have previously taken leadership positions in schools, and this way we believe in the next 5-10 years the society will see great impact. We'll have engineers, doctors, CEOs, lawyers, whoever come off this route of scholarships.
Mtazamaji, baada ya taarifa hiyo tunafika kwenye tamati ya Kurunzi Mashinani. Kumbuke ya kwamba baada ya muda usiokuwa mrefu nitakuwa nikirejea na kipindi cha Tamrini, ambapo leo hii nitakuwa nazungumza naye Samuel Kimani ambaye ni mwanasiasa na vilevile Jackson Lungwe ambaye ni wakili. Tutazidi kuangazia lile swala kuhusiana na mwaniaji mwenza, ikizingatiwa kwamba zimesalia tu siku chache kabla ya wawaniaji wote kutarajiwa ama kutaja majina ya wale ambao watakuwa wanakuwa naibu wao. Na hivyo basi mtazamaji, mimi naitwa Nancy Okware, mfasiri kwa upande wa ishara ni Lensa Odingo. Lakini kabla ya kuondoka, kama ilivyo ada, tunakuacha na yale makala yetu ya Ifahamu China, ambapo mtazamaji, watu walio na ulemavu ni nguvu isiyosahaulika katika kushinikiza maendeleo kwenye jamii. Watu hao pia wana haki za kupewa ajira na kutimiza ndoto zao. China ina sera mbalimbali za kuboresha na kurahisisha upatikanaji wa ajira kwa watu walio na ulemavu na kukamilisha ujenzi wa mfumo wa kuhakikisha watu hao wanapata ajira. Katika makala ya leo kuhusu Ifahamu China, tunaangazia soko la ajira kwa watu walio na ulemavu katika taifa hilo la Asia Mashariki.
Karibu katika kipindi cha Ifahamu China, mimi ni Hassan Jo. Watu wenye ulemavu ni nguvu isiyosahaulika katika kuhimiza maendeleo ya jamii. Pia wana haki za kupewa ajira na kutimiza ndoto zao. China ina sera mbalimbali za kuboresha na kurahisisha upatikanaji wa ajira kwa watu wenye ulemavu na kukamilisha ujenzi wa mfumo wa kuhakikisha watu hao wanapata ajira. Fuatana nami ili waangalie soko la ajira kwa watu wenye ulemavu likoje hapa China.
Kutokana na sera nafuu zinazotekelezwa katika miaka ya hivi karibuni, watu wenye ulemavu nchini China wanafurahia kuboreshwa kwa fursa za kupata nafasi za ajira zinazochangia maendeleo ya jamii sawa na watu wasio walemavu. Mwezi Januari mwaka huu, China ilitangaza mpango mpya wa miaka 5 wa kukabiliana na ulemavu, ukiweka hatua za kudhibiti kwa ufanisi kutokea kwa ulemavu na kuzidishwa kwa makali. Mpango huo unabainisha hatua katika maeneo makuu 5, ikiwa ni pamoja na huduma za uponyaji, uhamasishaji umma na kuzuia na kudhibiti kasoro za kuzaliwa nazo na ulemavu unaosababishwa na ukuaji mbaya, magonjwa na majeraha. Katika kiwanda cha enameli cha Beijing, watengenezaji wote wa enameli walikuwa wamekaa mbele ya darubini, huku mikono yao ikitumia banio kutengeneza enameli zenye ukubwa kiasi kama cha sarafu ndogo na inaitwa enameli ndogo ya cloison. Kati ya watengenezaji hawa hodari, Li Peng na mkewe Hu Yixin, wote wakiwa na matatizo ya kusikia, wamefanya kazi katika kiwanda hicho kwa miaka 10 na kuwa walimu wenye wanafunzi wengi katika kiwanda hicho. Baada ya kuwa mtaalam wa kutengeneza enameli, Bwana Li amefundisha watu wengi. Miongoni mwao ni Meng, mfanyakazi mpya aliyejiunga na kiwanda mwaka jana. Tangu utotoni amekuwa akitumia kifaa bandia cha kuongeza usikivu, na sasa Meng amekuwa na uwezo wa kimsingi wa kuwasiliana. Katika muda wake wa ziada kazini, anazungumza kwa niaba ya wenzake kama mkalimani. Machoni mwa Meng, mwanzoni kupata kazi kulikuwa ni jambo gumu sana, lakini kutimiza matarajio katika siku zijazo kunahitaji uvumilivu. Kwa sasa kampuni bado ni sehemu kuu zinazoajiri watu wenye ulemavu. Kwa mujibu wa takwimu za ufuatiliaji wa ajira kwa watu wenye ulemavu mjini Beijing, hadi kufikia mwishoni mwa mwaka jana, walemavu 74,000 walikuwa wameajiriwa kwenye kampuni, idadi ambayo ni zaidi ya 70% ya idadi yote ya walemavu.
Kipindi cha leo kinaishia hapa. Katika kipindi kijacho nitaendelea kukuletea mambo mengine yanayovutia kuhusu utamaduni na jamii ya China. Asante kwa kuwa nami. Mimi ni Hassan Jo. Kwa heri.
You know, Contra, I haven't forgotten about the fire that you threw in my cousin Teddy Hart's eyes.
Hart Foundation! Your family is littered in tragedy. We're gonna finalize it. Will Smith Jr. stepping up to Contra. What the hell? Who is that? Let's get a hell of a super kick. It's Pillman. It's Pillman Jr.
Hart Foundation.
Culture makes us have beliefs, values, mindsets, and practices. Through culture, we get to see the behavior pattern and norms of a specific group. Their rules, their assumptions, their perceptions, and try to understand the logic and reasoning behind those assumptions.
Family is normally not allowed into the compound, no.
If it is taboo to eat chicken, and you have eaten chicken, the entire village would know. And that's so and so's wife is a wolf.
Walikuwa wanapata adhabu. Ile adhabu inaitwa malu.
Every Friday at 9 p.m., KBC features different communities in Kenya for an opportunity to understand their specific belief or practice.
Naitwa Jackson Lungwe.
Na shukran sana mtazamaji kwa kuendelea kuitegea runinga ya KBC. Karibu sana kwenye kipindi cha Tamrini. Tukujuze tu ni yapi ambayo yanaendelea katika ulingo wa kisiasa. Kumbuke ya kwamba taarifa ambayo wengi sasa hivi wanaizungumzia ni lile swala la mgombeaji ama mwaniaji mwenza, ikizingatiwa kwamba wale wanasiasa ambao wamejiwasilisha tayari wana siku takriban 11 kulingana na tume ya IEBC kuwasilisha yale majina ambayo wale watakuwa wanawakuwa wagombeaji wenza. Na hivyo basi, ili kuelewa swala hili na kuelewa vilevile masuala ya kisheria yanasemaje kuhusiana na hili swala la mgombeaji mwenza, kwenye studio nitakuwa nazungumza na wachambuzi wawili. Wa kwanza kabisa ni Samuel Kimani ambaye ni mwanasiasa, na vilevile tuko naye Jackson Lungwe ambaye ni wakili. Atakuwa anatujuza tu kuhusiana na mikakati ya kisheria kuhusiana na nyakati ambazo zimesalia, muda ambao umesalia kabla uchaguzi wa Agosti. Karibu sana mtazamaji, mimi naitwa Nancy Okware, na mfasiri kwa upande wa ishara ni Lensa Odingo. Kwenye mitandao ya kijamii utatupata kwenye Twitter @KBC Channel 1 @Nancy Okware. Karibuni sana kwenye studio zetu, na tukianza tunawe bwana wakili Lungwe, tuzungumze kuhusiana na muda ambao umesalia sasa hivi. Tunaona ya kwamba baada ya ule mkutano na wawakilishi ama wale wanasiasa na vyama vya kisiasa ni kwamba IEBC iliongeza ule muda wa kuwasilisha jina la mgombeaji mwenza hadi tarehe 16 mwezi huu.
Asante sana kwanza Nancy kwa kunialika hapa. Nimeshukuru. Kwenda kwa swala ambalo tunafaa tuzungumzie, ukiangalia kama saizi kazi ambayo IEBC iko nayo ambayo inafaa ifanye ni kazi ngumu sana, na cha muhimu zaidi ili kuwezesha IEBC kuendesha hiyo kazi ni kuwa na zile tunaita timelines, na hizo timelines ni muhimu vilevile wanasiasa na wale wahusika wengine waweze kufuatilia. Lakini ukiangalia kama hili swala nzima la wagombezi wa urais na wale wagombeaji wenza wao, unaona kwamba kulingana na sheria ni kuwa kila mgombeaji wa kiti cha urais ako na siku 60 kabla ya ile tarehe ya uchaguzi, na kwa hizo siku 60 ndizo anafaa awasilishe jina lake na jina la mgombezi mwenza. Lakini naelewa kwamba kulikuwa na mazungumzo kati ya IEBC, ile tume ya uchaguzi, na wagombeaji, wakaelewana kwamba watawasilisha hayo majina kufikia tarehe 16 mwezi huu. Kwa hivyo sisi na mimi kama mwanasheria na pia kama mwananchi mwenye mpiga kura. Tunangojea kuona kama hiyo siku wataweza kuwasilisha, lakini wasipoweza kuwasilisha, unaelewa ya kwamba yale mazungumzo yao na IBC hawezi kuwa muhimu zaidi kuliko sheria. Na hiyo ni kumaanisha kwamba kisheria wako na mpaka maybe tarehe 9 ama tarehe 10 hapo hivyo mwezi ujao, mwezi wa Juni, kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba wamewasilisha majina yao huko.
Kwa hivyo sasa hivi kile ambacho kinafuatwa ni ule muda wa IBC ama ule muda ulioko kwenye sheria?
Ya muda wa IBC, na huo muda kwa sababu huo muda kulingana na maelewano yaliyoko, huo muda haukinzani sana na vipengele vya sheria, na pia sheria huwa inakubaliana, huwa inaruhusu watu wakikubaliana kuhusu kile kipengele ambacho kinawahusu waelewane kwamba hivi ndivyo tunaweza kufanya mambo yetu. Kwa hivyo hayo mazungumzo yako sawa, lakini ikifika mahali ya kwamba haya mazungumzo yanafinya mgombezi fulani, bado huyo mgombezi yako na ile avenue, tunaita avenue ya kukimbilia kwenye sheria, na sheria inasema ni siku 60. Yes.
Nitakuwa nasalia kwako kisha nitamuhusisha Bwana Samuel, lakini nikisalia kwako wakili, tuzungumze kuhusiana na muda wa IBC. Ni kipi ambacho watakuwa wanafanya? Manake IBC mwenyekiti Wafula Chebukati alipokuwa akizungumza alisema ya kwamba wanahitaji muda zaidi ili kujaribu kuangalia tu baadhi ya yale masuala, pengine kuhakikisha ama kudhibitisha ya kwamba yule mwanasiasa anastahili. Tueleze tu ni mambo yapi ambayo mwanasiasa ama jina lake linapitishiwa kabla ya kuidhinishwa na IBC.
Kwanza kabisa kulingana na sheria na katiba, nadhani kipengele cha 140 ama hapo hivyo kinaongelea ule mgombezi wa kiti cha urais. Na ukiangalia IBC ile, natumai ile the main reason ambayo inafanya IBC iweze kuwa na muda mrefu ni kwamba kuna vitu ambavyo huyu mgombezi anafaa atimize. Kitu ya kwanza kabisa ni kwamba mgombezi anafaa kuwa amepata uungwaji mkono wa idadi fulani ya wapiga kura kwa kila kaunti. Na ukiangalia mashirika ya serikali IBC ikiwemo, huwa yanakuwa na shida ya kifedha, na hizo shida za kifedha zinamaanisha kuwa zinapelekea kuwa na shida ya human resource. So ukiwa na wafanyikazi wachache inamaanisha unahitaji muda mrefu ili kutimiza yale ambayo unaweza fanya. Ya pili ni pia IBC iko na shida, na huwa inakuwa na shida kubwa sana kwa kandarasi ya kuchapisha makaratasi za uchaguzi. Na ili kuwa na muda wa kutengeneza hayo mambo yote, unahitaji ya kuwa upate hizi stakabadhi za wale wanaokuja kuwania mapema ipasavyo ili uweze kushughulikia hayo mambo. Na mimi kulingana na penye niko, naona hayo ndio mambo ambayo IBC inatilia mkazo na inazingatia, ndiposa ikapeana hizi tarehe za kuwasilisha majina ya wagombeaji wa urais.
Naam, tutakuwa tunarejea kwako baada ya muda usiokuwa mrefu, lakini sasa ningependa kumhusisha Bwana Samuel Kimani. Tuzungumze kuhusiana na siasa ambazo tumeshuhudia wakati huu ambapo pande zote mbili na vilevile wale wawaniaji wa kibinafsi ama wale independent wanajaribu kutafuta mgombeaji mwenza. Tunashuhudia siasa zikienea, hawa wanasema huyu na muda kuahirishwa, wengi wakisema ya kwamba ni kana kwamba upande mmoja unasubiri mwingine utaje mgombeaji mwenza ndiposa wajipange kwa laini ile ile.
Naam. Asanti sana. Kwanza ni kushukuru sana kupewa nafasi hii ya kuja hapa katika KBC ambayo ni idhaa ya taifa, na nashukuru sana kwa mahali hapa hata kwa huu mjadala. Pili, ninashukuru kwa sababu hili ni swala ambalo sisi wote kama Wakenya tunaliangalia kwa hamu na gamu, tukitaka kujua, je, kwa sababu tumeshajua nani wanabeba bendera pale juu, tunataka tujue watakao wasaidia hii kazi. Na kama vile tumejionea kwa miaka hii kama 20 ambayo sasa tumekuwa na hii katiba mpya ambayo imeweza pia kuleta mambo ya deputy president mwenye ambaye ni elected, basi hilo jambo linakuwa ni jambo ambalo huwezi lichukua kwa urahisi, kwa sababu ukumbuke pale rais atapigiwa kura, hapo ndipo mdogo wake ambaye ni deputy president pia atapigiwa kura mahali pale. Kwa hivyo yeye atakuwa ni elected hata tunaposonga mbele hata kuwa ni appointed kama vile ilivyokuwa awali. Kwa hivyo hili ni jambo ambalo linapatia hawa presidential candidates sleepless night, kwa sababu lazima ujiulize ni nani ambaye anafaa. Na pia nataka kuunga mkono wakili kusema ya kwamba hili jambo hatuwezi lichukua kwa urahisi, na ndivyo sababu hiyo pande zote mbili, whether ni pande ya independent, whether ni pande ya Azimio, whether ni pande ya UDA, wote wanachukua muda kuangalia, kwa sababu hili jambo linaweza likakusaidia ama likavunja hiyo nyumba. Kwa hivyo lazima liangaliwe, na ndivyo kwa sababu wanataka kuanza mapema, ndivyo hata kama watakosea pawe na muda wa kurekebisha. Otherwise tukigojea ile muda ambao umewekwa pale kisheria, hakutakuwa na any room. Kwa hivyo mimi naona hili ni jambo mzuri sana, na ni jambo ambalo litaweza kuonyeshana ile njia tutakayochukua tunaposonga mbele. Na pia ni vizuri kukumbuka ya kwamba kuna dynamics kwa politics, na lazima hili jambo liangaliwe vizuri sana. Hatuwezi tukapata presidential candidate na the deputy wote wametoka tuseme like in one region per se. Lazima ionyeshane the face, waonyeshane ya kwamba wanazingatia pande fulani na fulani za hii nchi. Kwa hivyo ni jambo ambalo Wakenya wamegoja kwa hamu, na hili ninajua ya kwamba litaweza kubadilisha mrengo wa kisiasa tunaposonga mbele mara moja, wakati kila pande itakavyotangaza mgombea mwenza.
Naam, wakili, kuna hili swala la kimaeneo kama alivyosema Bwana Samuel kuhusiana na wale viongozi wanajaribu kuona ya kwamba wanaleta sura ambayo inawasilisha ama inawakilisha Kenya kwa njia moja au nyingine. Na vile vile kuna hili swala la kujaribu kuwasaidia ama kuwazawadi wale ambao wamesimama nawe kama mwanasiasa sana. Tuzungumze kuhusiana na hilo swala. Tunatarajia kwamba pande zote zitakuwa zinaangazia hayo, na vile vile kuna swala lingine la maadili katika uongozi.
Hilo ni suala la muhimu zaidi. Ukiangalia katika kipengele cha 10 cha katiba inazungumzia ambayo kitu inaitwa zile unaita national values and principles of governance. Na ukiangalia kati ya hizo national values ni inclusivity ambayo inasema kwamba katika uongozi wa taifa kutakuwa na ujumuisho wa wale watu na maeneo kila mahali. Na ndio maana sheria, ukiangalia zile sheria ambazo zimewekwa chini ya katiba, unajua katiba ni sheria kuu, chini yake kuna zile sheria ambazo zinapitishwa na parliament na mashirika tofauti tofauti. Hizo sheria zote zimeweka hizi vipengele za kuhakikisha kwamba kwa kila ile shirika, kwa kila nafasi ya uongozi kuna ile sura ya taifa, tunaita the face of the nation. Lakini ukiangalia ukikuja upande wa siasa, kuna na mwanasiasa atakueleza, kuna nao ile tunaita zile dynamics of politics. Kwa sababu naweza kuambia sasa hivi, kando na sheria kusema kwamba lazima uongozi huku kuwe na sura ya taifa, wanasiasa sana uzingatia nafasi ya kuwa kuchaguliwa. Kwa hivyo nakwambia sasa hivi ukiambia mwanasiasa fulani, hata usipozingatia the face of the nation requirement, bado utachaguliwa. Huyo mwanasiasa atashughulika na hiki kipengele cha katiba ama kipengele cha sheria, kwa sababu hizi ni tabia tumeziona. Lakini kwa sababu kuna ile yenye sasa inaitwa threshold ya constitution, katiba imesema kwamba ili ukuwe rais ni lazima umepata kura zaidi ya nusu zile zimepigwa, alafu umepata kura zaidi ya 25% kwa zaidi ya nusu ya counties, 25% in more than 24 counties. So ili kuweza kupata hiyo, inabidi wanasiasa na haswa sana wale wanaowania kiti kama cha urais kuhakikisha kwamba zile ngome zinazowaunga mkono zimetoka kila pande ya nchi, ili waweze kufikisha hicho kiwango ambacho katiba inawahitaji wafikishe, ndiposa waweze kutangazwa kama wamechaguliwa. Na kisheria ingekuwa mzuri kwangu mimi kama mwanasheria, ingekuwa mzuri kama wanasiasa wangefuatilia hizo itikadi na hizo kanuni na hizo sheria kwa kuweza kujumuisha nchi yetu, kwa sababu nchi yetu tunahitaji umoja na tunahitaji kushirikiana, tuko makabila tofauti tofauti, na ili kuendelea kama nchi sio tu kujumuisha watu kwa sababu ya kuchaguliwa, but ni kujumuisha watu ili nchi iweze kusonga mbele. Lakini cha kusikitisha ni kwamba wanasiasa wengi huzingatia kuchaguliwa na sio nchi kusonga mbele na kuwa na umoja.
Bwana Samuel, ulingo wa siasa unatarajia ubadilike kwa aina ipi ama kivipi baada ya wale wawaniaji kutangaza yule ambaye atakuwa mgombeaji mwenza? Maanake sasa hivi unapoangalia unaona ya kwamba pengine kuna kiongozi fulani ambaye anaonyesha ushawishi mkubwa katika eneo fulani humu nchini. Lakini lile tangazo litakapokuja, tutarajie hali ibadilike vipi katika ulingo wa kisiasa?
Naam, asante sana. Unajua katika siasa kuna kitu inatumika ambayo ni interest. Interest ni kitu muhimu sana, na pia hivyo wakili amesema, pia tunaona nani ana umahiri mkubwa wa kuweza kuleta kura katika kikapu. Hiyo ndio wanasiasa sisi tunazingatia sana, kwa sababu after all is said and done, ile ambayo itaangaliwa ni nani amepata kura zaidi ya nusu na ameongoza. Bas, ikifika ni hapo, huyo ndiye atakuwa rais. Na kwa hivyo mimi naona siasa zitabadilika sana wakati tutakapotajiwa nani atakuwa mgombea mwenza. Kwa sababu gani? Kuna watu wengi wako na interest. As a nation, kama nchi, watu pia wako na interest. Kuna ile maeneo ambao watu wanahisi ya kwamba huu ndio wakati wetu. Tumeunga mkono watu wengine kwa muda mrefu, sasa huu ndio wakati wetu. Alafu iwe wanaunga mkono anayegombea urais fulani, alafu aende akatae kuchagua mgombea mwenza kutoka hiyo eneo, achague kwingine. Unaona hawa watu wataweza kuonekana kwamba hawajapewa haki yao, na kwa hivyo wengine wao wataweza kubadilisha na waanze kusema na sisi hatukuungi mkono, ili hali walikuwa wameshamuunga mkono pale awali. Kwa hivyo ni jambo ambalo ni muhimu sana, lazima liangaliwe. Pia ukiangalia upande mwingine, tunao wapiga kura wengi sana ambao ni the other gender, our women. Wako na very strong vote. Nao pia wako na expectation yao. Wanasema na sisi kama kina mama, si ni wakati pia na sisi mtusongee kidogo tuwe na mama ambaye atakaribia pale juu, hata kama hajafika kabisa, ndivyo angalau tuone ya kwamba mnatuzingatia. Kwa hivyo hawa presidential candidate wako na wakati mgumu sana juu lazima waangalie sasa kama ni wakina mama tunahitaji kura zao. Yule ambaye atachagua mama na mwingine asichague mama, kunao wale watu wanaweza wakahama waseme sisi kama wamama tumeona mrengo huu ndio unatuwazia mema, sasa tumebadilika tumekuja upande huu. Kwa hivyo hili jambo litabadilisha dynamics za politics haraka sana, na ndivyo ni sababu kuu lazima pande zote waangalie hili jambo kwa undani sana, na pia waweze kujua ya kwamba ile uamuzi watakao ufanya, huyo ambaye atapata hiyo kiti ni mtu ambaye pia wataweza kufanya kazi pamoja, kwa sababu tumeweza kujionea nguvu ya hiyo kiti. Sio kama pale zamani wakati tulikuwa na vice president. Huyu deputy president ni mtu ambaye amechaguliwa kwa kura. Wewe kama rais huwezi mfuta, lazima ujiandae, ujiulize, je, huyu nikienda na yeye wakati anaweza badilika, nitafanyaje kama rais? So hiyo ni maswali ambayo lazima hawa wanaopigania kiti ya urais wajiulize, na kwa hakika itaweza kubadilisha hali ya siasa katika nchi yetu. Naam.
Lungwe, Bwana Samuel ameibua masuala muhimu sana kuhusiana na jinsi ambavyo ulingo wa siasa utabadilika, na ningependa kidogo tuangazie ule mfumo ama ile njia ambayo Azimio la Umoja iliamua kutumia, ya kwamba walichagua kamati ama waliteua kamati ya watu 7 ambao watafanya ile shughuli ama kuendeleza ile shughuli ya kuwahoji wale ambao wangependa kupigania kile kiti. Lakini kuna wale ambao wamekuwa wakisema ya kwamba tayari majina yapo kwa upande zote, ni kwamba tu upande huu unasubiri huyu atangaze ndiposa wajipange, wajue huyu ametangaza mwanamke, hivyo basi sisi tutampa pengine mtu kutoka Mlima Kenya ama eneo lile fulani.
Naam. Hilo ni swala ambalo nina uhakika hata wale ambao wamesimamia hayo masuala yanawakula vichwa, kwa sababu ukiangalia sheria kuanzia pale haipeani mwelekeo wa kuchagua ule mwenye atakuwa mgombezi mwenza. So wanasiasa na wagombeaji wa kiti cha urais wako na ile uhuru wa kuamua ni mfumo upi watakaoajiri ili kufikia ule mwenye atawania kwa tiketi yao kama mgombeaji mwenza. Lakini ukiangalia kisiasa na vile mambo yanaendelea, ni kwamba ukiunda kamati yoyote, ikuwe ni ya kupiga mtu msasa ama kumchunguza kama anastahili kiti fulani, na hii kamati ni ya siasa, ni lazima upate uungwaji mkono wa wale ambao watapigwa msasa. Samahani. Kwa hivyo ukiangalia kwa mfano ile kamati ya Azimio, unaona mtu kama Mheshimiwa Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka ana imani na hiyo kamati. Anasema kwamba alikuwa mgombezi mwenza wa Mheshimiwa Raila mwaka wa 2013, 2017 hakupigiwa msasa. Kwa hivyo ina umuhimu gani yeye kusema kwamba sasa kuja hapa tukuhoji tuone kama unastahili? Unajua maneno kama hayo na vitendo kama hivyo, kitu yenyewe inafanya vinaweza kuwa ndivyo ni vitendo vizuri, the intention ni mzuri, but kuna ile sasa tunaita resentment. Unapata kwamba mtu kama watoe mtu na ambayo si Mheshimiwa Kalonzo, waseme kwa mfano ni mwingine na si Kalonzo. Tayari Mheshimiwa Kalonzo na wafuasi wake wameumia kiroho, they feel hawajatendewa haki. Na mimi penye nakaa nasema ni kwamba kwa masuala ya kisiasa na vile yale yenye tumeshuhudia, ile mfumo wa kufikia mgombezi mwenza ungekuwa ni ungefaa zaidi ukuwe ni wa mazungumzo, ile tunaita boardroom discussion. Mnaita huyu mgombezi, mnasema tumeonelea ni huyu na mnapatia sababu, ni sababu zipi zimewafanya mchague huyu. Kwa sababu ukiangalia sasa hivi nimeona wana Azimio wengi wanasema kwamba kuna ile wanaita Mount Kenya political dynamics. Kwa hivyo mkiita kwa mfano mtu kama Mheshimiwa Kalonzo, umwambie kwa sababu tunataka na kura fulani kutoka hili eneo na wewe umekuwa mtu wetu, sasa tunakuahidi kitu fulani, sidhani itakuwa vibaya. Lakini kusema kwamba watu wenye hadhi ya kiwango cha Mheshimiwa Kalonzo, kiwango cha Mheshimiwa Martha Karua kuanza kukuja kama kufanyiwa interview ya kazi, kwangu penye nakaa naona huenda isikue ni approach mzuri ya kuchukua.
Ningependa tuzungumze kuhusiana na michezo ya kisaikolojia ambayo inaonekana kuendelea hapa wakati wa wateua wale ambao watawania kiti mbalimbali. Kwa mfano tuchukue Kenya Kwanza, ambao wakati wa siasa unashuhudia kuna baadhi ya wanasiasa ambao wanashinikiza Azimio la Umoja ya kwamba mpeni Kalonzo hii nafasi, wengine wanasema mpeni Martha Karua, na wengi wanauliza ni kwa nini upande huu usiangazie masuala ya familia yake, ila inajaribu kuwaeleza wengine ya kwamba tendeni hili.
Naam. Na huo ni ujanja wa kisiasa, na pia inaweza kuwa ni ile unaita strategy, kwa sababu unataka kuonyesha huyu mwanasiasa anadhurumiwa wakati hapewi kitu fulani, na kwa hivyo alete shida ndivyo aweze kupewa hiyo nafasi, wakijua vizuri sana huyu hafai, ni yule anafaa. Kwa hivyo mwenye anafaa hawamtaji. Ni kwa mfano hata unapoenda kwa competition kama utaambiwa uchague nani utacompete na yeye, of course utachagua yule weak, yule ambaye utamshinda kwa urahisi. Kwa hivyo ndivyo wanajaribu kusema hivyo, lakini ningetaka kusema hivi, hili jambo ambalo ni la consensus, mambo hii ya interview, hiyo mambo yote ni mzuri, lakini sidhani kama nchi tumekomaa kufika hapo kisiasa. Bado tuna safari ya kwenda, na ni huzuni kubwa ya kwamba wanasiasa wanakuja haraka kuleta haya maneno ama njia hizi za kuchagua viongozi wakati ambapo muda umeenda sana. Huu ni mwaka wa uchaguzi. Hii maneno tungeianza 2018 ndipo tungeanza haya maneno vizuri, ndivyo tutengeneze colleges, hizi college ya upande huu waweze kuangalia ni nani the best. Saa hii muda umeenda, na pia unajua ufisadi pia uko mahali pale. Kwa hivyo hata ndivyo unaona wengine hawana imani na ile kikundi, kwa sababu hujui ni lengo gani ama wao wana support nani. Kwa sababu wakiwa 7 kama 4 wameshaamua ni huyu, hata uende usikizwe, hata ukuwe ni wewe the best, wao ndio karamu yao inasema nani amepita. Na kwa hivyo hilo ni jukumu kubwa sana kupatia watu 7 kuamria nchi mzima nani atakuwa mgombea mwenza. Kwa hivyo kama tungeweza kuanza maneno kama haya mapema, tungeweza hata kupatia delegates wa chama nafasi mapema. Kwa hivyo this is a wake up call kwa the political class. Tuache kulala na kuangalia hizi sheria za ambazo zinahusishana na mambo ya uchaguzi mwaka wa uchaguzi ukifika. After uchaguzi umeisha, next year ni vizuri kama Azimio ama Kenya Kwanza ama chama yoyote ile, kama iko na future, lazima waanze kujiuliza ni sheria gani ambazo tunafaa tuziunde mapema, tutengeneze nyumba yetu mapema, ndivyo 2027 juu tutahitaji pia kuwa na mgombea mwenza, tutaanza mapema na hii kitu imekubalika. Hata atakuwa ametembea hii nchi yote, ni mtu ambaye ataonekana hakuitwa kwa bedroom, anaambiwa kuja uchukue kiti. Ni mtu ambaye pia hata yeye tumeona haswa, ni mtu ametoa jasho, ni mtu anakubalika nchi mzima, ni mtu ambaye hata akiongea Wakenya wanahisi yenyewe huyu ni mtu tungetaka awe mgombea mwenza. Kwa hivyo naona tuna safari ya kwenda, na kwa sababu siasa sasa zimeenda zikibadilika, kama upande wetu wa Jubilee unaona pia tuliweza kufanya hiyo mambo ya consensus na mambo ya interviews ambayo pia haikuenda vizuri vile, kwa sababu kuna mahali unaona Jubilee candidates wake wale very weak ndio wameweza kushinda, na kwa hivyo itamaanisha aje tunapoenda kwa uchaguzi. Pia ukiangalia pande ile mwingine pia huko kuna shida. Kwa hivyo inamaanisha ni wakati umefika kama viongozi wa kisiasa waweze kujiuliza tutaweka aje miundo msingi muhimu ile mzuri ambayo itasaidia vyama vyetu kuwa imara na kuwa na viongozi ambao wanakubalika, wana maadili, ambao wanafaa, ndivyo waweze kuongoza hii nchi. Si mwenye analeta pesa mingi ama anahonga ile panel ndiye anapewa certificate. Hiyo haifai. Yeah. Na mimi naona hiyo italeta shida katika pande zote zile. Kama hawatazingatia hili jambo vizuri, itaweza kuleta shida sana katika future politics ambapo tunaelekea. Na pia mwenye atakosea hapa, akikosea kuchagua mgombea mwenza ambaye ataleta shida na tetemeko upande wake, basi anaweza akashindwa hata kupata urais tunaposonga pale. Na unajua tunaongea kuhusu miezi kama 3 tu tuende kwa uchaguzi. Kwa hivyo hili ni swala nyeti sana na lazima liangaliwe kwa undani sana.
Naam, nitawapa nafasi dakika moja angalau kutoa kauli ya mwisho kuhusiana na huu mjadala, na wakili Lungwe tuzungumze tu kuhusiana na yale mapengo ambayo yameshuhudiwa kisheria wakati wa uteuzi katika vyama, na sasa hivi tunaona ya kwamba wagombeaji wanajaribu kuwateua wale ambao watakuwa wagombeaji wenza. Kauli yako ya mwisho ni ipi kuhusiana na sheria na mifumo ambayo inastahili kuwekwa katika siku za usoni?
Kauli yangu ya mwisho Nancy ni kwamba kwanza tunahitaji nidhamu kati ya wanasiasa, na hii nidhamu inaelekezwa ama inafaa ionyeshwe haswa sana katika bunge letu. Tuache hizi tabia za kupitisha sheria zinazohusu uchaguzi ule wakati ambapo uchaguzi unakaribia. Kama ni uchaguzi kwa mfano wa mwaka wa 2027, ni kwa nini tusipitize hizi sheria mwaka wa 23, 24, ili tukielekea kwenye uchaguzi tukuwe na nafasi nzuri sana na sheria ambazo zinajulikana na wanasiasa wale wanaotarajia kugombea na pia wapigaji kura. Kwa sababu ukiangalia sasa hivi, nikimalizia, ni kwamba wananchi wengi hawafahamu zile sheria ambazo zimepitishwa hivi majuzi zinazohusu uchaguzi, na hiyo inakuwa ni challenge kubwa sana to the political system and the structure of the country.
Naam, shukran sana kwa kauli yako Bwana Samuel. Kwa sekunde 30 hivi kauli yako ya mwisho.
Naam, asanti sana Nancy, na nafasi hii pia ni vizuri nichukue na kusema ya kwamba mimi niko katika siasa pale katika Kiambu County. Mimi ni MCA ward ya Kino, na pia ambaye anagombania sasa kiti ya ubunge wa Kikuyu constituency, na nimefurahi sana kwa sababu ya huu mswada. Ninapoenda katika bunge kuu, kwa maana ninaamini naenda bunge kuu, hizo sheria ambazo wakili ametaja, mimi itakuwa ni jukumu langu kuenda kuhakikisha tumeanza kuziangalia mapema, kwa sababu hii nchi hatutaki iweze kuingia kwa shida ambazo tuliweza kuona mwaka wa 2007, 2008 kwa sababu ya kisiasa. Siasa haifai ilete shida kwa nchi, inafaa ilete maendeleo na hii nchi yetu iweze kusonga mbele. Kwa hivyo nataka kuhakikishia Wakenya na watazamaji ya kwamba sisi kama vijana ambao wanaingia katika urengo huu wa siasa hata katika kitaifa, tutaleta hayo mabadiliko. Asante sana.
Naam, shukran sana kwa kauli yako na nawashukuru sana kwa muda wenu kuhusiana na hili swala la mgombeaji mwenza, ambapo sasa hivi wale wanasiasa wana kibarua kigumu na tutazidi tu kuangalia tuone ni nani ambaye kwa kimombo wanasema who will blink first. Basi tutatarajia kushuhudia hayo yote. Mtazamaji, tumekuwa tukizungumza naye Bwana Samuel Kimani ambaye ni mwanasiasa na vilevile ni mwakilishi wadi katika eneo la Kinoo, na vilevile tumekuwa naye Jackson Lungwe ambaye ni wakili. Na kufikia hapo mie sina la ziada ila kutamatisha kwa tamrini. Naitwa Nancy Okware, mfasiri kwa upande wa ishara ni Lensa Odingo. Lakini kabla ya kuondoka na kuacha na taarifa yake kiongozi wa Wiper Kalonzo Musyoka ambaye anaendeleza kampeni zake katika kaunti ya Machakos, hivyo basi hebu tusikize.
Awe naibu wa Raila. Alama kwa zetoe mebuku wako yolo. Lakini naheshima sana na waheshimu hawa wazee, na waheshimu sana. Wasione kama mimi ni mtu ambaye ni mgaidi, ni mtu mwenye kiburi. La, kamwe. Mimi katika maumbile yangu sina kiburi na sina temperament ya aina hiyo. Lakini wananchi wenyewe ndio wanasema Kalonzo umekuwa vice president wa Kibaki miaka 5. Kalonzo umekuwa running mate wa Raila 2013 na 2017. Hii interview gani unaenda kufanyiwa? Interview gani? Nikafanywa interview? Hapana. Mimi nikasema kwa heshima sitaenda kwa interview. Badhiundo na hedhi baina hedhi. Baimundo tezikuo. That tomorrow the sun will shine. Yani this is not the end of the matter. Lakini nimeamua hao wengine wanaofanywa interview, nataka mmoja ajitokeza aliseme alikuwa tayari kuwa president 2022 na akamuondokea Raila kama mimi. Na nikamuondokea kwa roho safi. Wengine wanasema sijui ati watu wa UDA ndio wanatetea Kalonzo. Sitaki UDA initetee. Nataka kuangusha UDA. Wananielewa? Alafu kwa zitu balukia kami kwako yolo kami. Sina uhusiano hata kamwe. Mimi ni mtu wa msimamo. Nataka kuangusha Ruto na kamii yake. Ndio Wakenya waone njia ya kwenda mbele. Lakini watu wanajua Kalonzo na Raila wakishikamana wameenda nyumbani. Ndio nataka kuzuia. Ndio na koza madhanzu ambeo si ya kiguki ya the river. Kikadhi Indian Ocean. Haitawezekana. Kwa hivyo mimi nilikuwa nataka hiyo kwanza hapa Mlolongo. Ninaheshima sana kwanza Askofu Zakia Sokoth, heshima kubwa sana kwa Bishop Jenga. In fact, he was a provost at St. Andrews at All Saints Cathedral wakati nilienda kule kwa kuoa mke wangu in 1985. He was a provost. Ninawaheshimu sana. Lakini wanielewe, a political process is a political process. And I say, our panelists wakendili na mambo yao. Hakuna kitu ya kuzuia mimi, Uhuru Kenyatta na Raila Odinga. Tuketi chini. Tuelewane kindugu. Ama sivyo? Badala ya kumfanyia Kalonzo interview, wacha tufanyiane sisi wenyewe ma interview. Tuulizane, where are we going? Brothers, what is it? We have a nation to save from corruption. We have a nation ambayo watoto wengi hawana kazi. Lazima tuwatafutie nafasi za kazi. Na hii ndio anasema kazi. After COVID, shida ya makazi. Watu hawana kazi, watu wanaumia. Gharama ya maisha imeenda juu. Na mtu ambaye alichaguliwa awe deputy president, mimi nilikuwa vice president wa Kibaki miaka 5. Kibaki alistaafu kwa heshima. Kwa sababu alikuwa vice president anachunga yeye na kuchunga nchi ya Kenya. Kwa hivyo mimi sina ubaya. Na nikisema jamii tupasue, tupasue. Wangapi wanasema tupasue? Sema pasua. Hakuna mchezo hapa. Hakuna mchezo. Kama unadhani unaweza kumtisha Kalonzo, you need prayers, my friend. Na nitakuombea tu. Nitakuombea. Na sipangwingwi. Uwezi kunipanga. Sipangwingwi. Wale watu wajue uwezi kumpanga Kalonzo, haiwezekani. Na wale watu nasikia wana shida usema sipangwingwi, wanasema haiwezekani. Yani vile tumefika ni kupasua ndio tuokoe Kenya hii. Wacha basi niwaonyeshe wale ambao tuko nao wengine. Of course, Gavana Wabinya mtarajiwa atawasalimia dakika moja. Mheshimiwa Mutula is he in the convoy ama ako mbele? Mheshimiwa Mutula Junior ako mbele. Lazima Gavana Sonko awasalimie. Si ni kweli? Mombasa kumepata msisimuko wa ajabu. Wacha niwaambie ukweli. Sidhani hata kama Mombasa kutafikika. Yani watu wametoka, wanatamba mwanzo mpya. Hapa Gavana Sonko anasindikizwa na magari zaidi ya 67. 67. We are saying okay, Jubilee take Nairobi, but Wiper itachukua Mombasa. Watu wanaanza kulialia, kutukana sisi, kufanya nini? Sonko kwao ni Mombasa, sio Kitui. Kitui ni kwa Kalonzo. Lakini kwa Gavana Sonko ni Mombasa. Hata tutafika mahali alimzika mama mzazi kwa makaburi huko karibu na Tononoka. Ni mtu wa huko. Lakini ajabu ya Sonko ni Sonko. Alafu tuko na Mheshimiwa Susan Kiamba.
Msikilizaji wa Radio Taifa, karibu tena kwenye kipindi kinajulikana kama Rada ni Yesu. Kila Jumapili kinaletwa kwako na rubani unayempenda anajulikana kama Mr. Rafton Igi. Ungana nami kila Jumapili kuanzia mida ya saa 12 mpaka saa 1 usiku. Kuna miziki noma sampulia hii.
Najua nitaona mazuri.
Mwambia mpenzi msikilizaji, ni kunanga ni kukaskush. Kila Jumapili ninakuletea miziki za mavijana. Kama wewe ni kijana na unataka injili kamili, utaipata hapa. Tuonane Jumapili hii.
Sauti ya Mkenya.
With the certified seed, you will never have bacterial wilt, and you'll also not have a disease called potato cyst nematode.
Viazi yenye tulitoa hapa tuliletewa na director wetu, ilifanya kazi mzuri sana.
Tutasaidia serikali kwa kupunguza njaa. Naona kama nchi yetu haitakuwa na shida ya chakula.
Yote haya kwenye KBC Channel 1. Are you an aspiring candidate in the upcoming general elections? Do you want your agenda and manifesto to reach your voters effectively? At KBC, we have the most comprehensive and credible online platform that has profiles of all prospective candidates. Log on to www.kbc.co.ke/2022 aspirants and let Kenyans know more about you, your past achievements, your manifesto, and your development agenda once you get elected to office. What's more, the website is easy to navigate. We will create your profile, post pictures and short videos with your campaign messages at affordable hosting fees. Log on to www.kbc.co.ke/2022 aspirants today and establish your brand authority as we lead towards the forthcoming general elections.
Good afternoon. Thank you for creating time for us. This is KBC. You're just in time for the lunchtime news. My name is Irene Mchoma Odem. On sign language interpretation, we have Lansa Odingo. It is the 5th day in the month of May 2022. Kenya Kwanza is in the county of Nyamira, and in Ukambani we have former Vice President and Wiper Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka leading the Azimio la Umoja Brigade. We have our teams on the ground. Do interact with us on all our social media platforms at KBC Channel 1. 48 Kenyan doctors have graduated after undergoing 3 years of family medicine training in Cuba. The doctors will be deployed at the community level to bring services closer to the people.
The joy of returning home after 3 years of intense training on family medicine at the University of Medical Sciences in Havana, Cuba. The 48 doctors, one from each county, part of the program initiated by President Uhuru Kenyatta following his visit to Cuba in 2018. The program aimed at instilling the much-needed skills to boost primary health care in the country as a pillar of universal health coverage. Dr. Oda Koni Mirimo emerging top of the class with 98.09%.
And then a special award.
Health Cabinet Secretary Mutahi Kagwe underscoring the need for primary health care that entails taking basic services closer to the people.
Under the UHC, there are 3 issues. One is access to health care, which is what it means to go and see people down there. That's why we have got the community health volunteers to go and see people at their homes, ensure that they are clean, ensure that they have got water, ensure that they eat the proper foods. That is how to prevent people from coming to our hospitals. And that's the trick. It is enlightened self-interest.
The doctors urged to be ready to serve in any part of the country as a show of patriotism, with calls for deployment to the community level where primary health care is critical.
So the idea of non-clinical issues, if you are going to visit a family, you cannot visit a family with a bad look on your face. You cannot visit a family with a smile on your face. You visit a family with a smile.
If you are not willing to work in Isiolo, where are you willing to work? Which country are you willing to work if you are Kenyans? taking care of the marginalized areas. If you are not going to Isiolo, who is going to treat those people in Isiolo?
We continue to partner with the national government to provide the neighboring environment the tools and equipment, health products, and commodities to enable you to do your work.
The new graduates are set to work closely with the 76 Cuban doctors already in the country to ensure a continuous learning process.
Because we are so concerned with primary health care, family health and community health as the foundation of modern health service delivery, the authority in this area is indeed Cuba.
We ratify the willingness of our government to continue to enhance and diversify the friendly relation and cooperation with the brotherly country of Kenya in those areas and sectors of mutual interest, among them the cooperation in the academic and health sector.
The program had initially attracted 50 doctors, with one of them dropping out and another one passing away during the first year. Nancy Okware, Lunchtime News.
All right, this week Kenya joined the world in marking the World Press Freedom Day. And this as the theme has been put at journalists and journalism threatened and digital media threatened and journalism profession. And right now we are joining my colleague Frederick Moki, who is with the Cabinet Secretary for Information. Moki, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon and welcome to this broadcast. You're coming to you live from Safari Park. This is where the annual media summit is currently ongoing, and of course, as media stakeholders continue commemorating the World Press Freedom Day, and of course, a range of topics have been discussed here, including the safety of journalists, especially during this electioneering period. And of course, maybe I'll be joined by one of the panelists who will be discussing about issues to do with mental health, and of course, she's going to introduce herself and tell us maybe as the journalists continue practicing journalism and to ensure credibility and of course so many range of activities. Maybe Sue Baker, welcome to this live broadcast. Maybe you can just tell us more details about what you'll be moderating today here as you talk about mental health for journalists. And
Well, it's so important, and unfortunately it's taken a pandemic to raise people's awareness that mental health is something that affects us all. We all have a mind, we all have a body, and what's really important is that we have responsible, informed media reporting about mental health that doesn't further stigmatise it but helps more people to open up and seek help. So that's one of the reasons we have the panel today. But what is also really important is that we make sure that media companies are looking after the mental health and well-being of their staff and their workforces. Like, we have all been affected psychologically by COVID, whether we've experienced it or we've lost people or we've lost our jobs or we've been isolated. So now more than ever, it's about time that we had more responsible and informative reporting on mental health, because the stigma of mental health is life-threatening and life-limiting. Sometimes we can't get jobs, sometimes we can't keep relationships, and families don't know how to talk about it. So it's now more than ever that we talk more about mental health.
And maybe what strategies do you think should be embraced maybe to ensure the safety of journalists, especially during this electionary period, that maybe what strategies would you recommend?
I think the first thing, and we've worked with media companies, TV companies, radio companies, print and editors guilds in the UK as part of our big stigma campaign. And what's really important is that you need leadership at the top of an organisation that says it's okay to talk about mental health and it's okay to seek help. So during the election, it's a very busy time, it's very pressurised. I was hearing this morning about the threats to journalists that happen. You can have a lot of online comments and bullying that goes on when you're a high-profile journalist. So it's really important that there's leadership by employers, the media companies, to support staff to speak out if you're struggling, because you have mental health and well-being just like somebody working in a bank, just like somebody working for a charity or government, and your mental health and well-being matters, and so you need looking after, and it's psychological safety as well as other safety that matters.
And of course, this year's theme, as we commemorate the World Press Freedom Day, is journalism and digital siege. Maybe share your comments about that.
Well, I think what's really important is that people get the right information about mental health, and we were hearing a lot this morning from different speakers about misinformation and how to help deal with that, and how to help undermine that with proper information that comes from reliable, trained media sources. So I think when you think about for mental health, it's really important that people have reliable sources for information, and one of those sources is through the media, but it's also through digital platforms. A lot of people, if you're struggling, for example, with depression, will look up online, what are the symptoms, where can I go for help? So there needs to be reliable information which the media can report about what to do if you're struggling, how to look out for the signs, and where to go for help. So digital media can play a really positive role in health information, including mental health, but it can also play a very negative role when really damaging material and imagery around, suicide methods, or encouraging people who might be susceptible to eating disorders. You can see some really harmful content, and there needs to be really good moderation of that, so that doesn't keep encouraging young people to undertake similar traits and behaviours. So social media and media can be a positive thing, or it can be negative, so it needs to be well managed.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you. That has been Sue Baker, one of the panelists, will be given a topic here to do with health matters. And of course, this is just an annual praise as media stakeholders from all over the world commemorated the World Press Freedom Day. And of course, journalists have been challenged to practice and ensure credibility in their lines of duty. And of course, we'll just be expecting the Cabinet Secretary and the Principal Secretaries from the Information Communication Technology to be here. But right now, they've just taken a break, and the forum will be ongoing, and we'll just keep you posted of what will be happening in our subsequent bulletins.
Well, Moki, good to have you. Indeed, we are celebrating World Press Freedom Day. This is themed journalism and digital siege, and it is during this week that we are expecting the Media Excellence Awards, and KBC team is well represented, and we are looking forward. In other news, Form 1 admission exercise was temporarily disrupted at Nyandago Mixed Secondary School in Migori County after parents stormed the institution over poor national examinations results posted by the school in the last 2 years. According to a section of the parents, in 2019 and 2021, the top candidates at the school attained C- and over 20 students recorded E's, contrary to the school's tradition of posting good results.
Go back to class. Go back to Kalangi.
There was drama at the Nyandago Mixed Secondary School, Nyatike Sub-County, Migori County. A section of parents annoyed with the school's performance in the national examinations disrupted the Form 1 reporting exercise. The school has allegedly posted dismal results in the past 2 years, contrary to the school's culture of producing students with universities' direct entry points.
Afundisi watoto ndio amecheka pale kabisa. During the time of Mr. Gola, the school performed well. For 3 teachers are being transferred. When Langi will be transferred, the school will remain with the community.
The parents blame the school's administration for laxity at work.
Are also ready to bring their students, but Langi is not ready to perform.
In Busia, low turnout of Form 1 admission has been witnessed in a section of schools in the region. Nambale Boys High School has only registered 120 students out of the targeted 500 students.
The trickling as compared to last year is a little bit lower, we expected half of the students to be already in school today, but a good number of them are securing the chances to come in by Friday.
Nambale Boys High School Deputy Principal Arthur Aliwa says parents could be facing challenges on acquiring school fees for their children, besides purchasing other personal wants needed for a child's upkeep in school.
Majorly, even with the older, the bit the parents are arguing out is the lack of finances. That's what they are arguing out. The lack of money. A good number of parents had been retrenched, and very few are lucky to raise fees to have their children in boarding school.
Changamoto ambayo iliyoko saa hizi ni bidhaa ndio zimepanda bei. Na nahisi ya kwamba ni kwa sababu ya ongezeko ya mafuta ndio bidhaa zote zimepanda bei. Hasa kuingiza mtoto katika na kidato cha kwanza ni ghali mno. Ni lazima utatumia zaidi ya 60,000 ndio mtoto afaulu kuingia katika na kidato cha kwanza.
In Nyamira, the school administration at Sironga Girls Secondary School has resolved to turn to alternative means to provide infrastructure for the Form 1 students joining the institution. The school principal, Eva Odhiambo, says the school is expected to admit 815 Form 1 students, with 700 already reported to the institution for learning.
Over 700 parents had already downloaded the letters, meaning they were committed to coming to our institution. So this year, I must say the response is good. The parents have responded very well. And from what I can see or monitor from where I am, is that the admission process is going on very smoothly.
Right, from education concerns, we get to politics, and we move to the county of Nyamira, where Kenya Kwanza principals are selling the manifesto ahead of the August 9th general election. These as political leaders continue to traverse the country 96 days to the August 9th general election. Let's cross over and listen in where Wycliffe Okech is with the team. Wycliffe, good afternoon.
Kila mtu ana pikipiki yake, ajue aende kupea tajiri pesa, hizo pesa ni zake, atajiinua. That is one. Another thing, utakapochukua ushukani, tunakuomba badala ya watu kwenda mashailo and so many things, government can set aside money like grants za kununulia watu wa pikipiki. They go on paying small until they finish stories za pikipiki ikue yake. So serikali yako wakati utakachukua mwezi wa 8 upatiane grant kwa watu wa mapikipiki, because wewe ndio umefanya watu wa mapikipiki wamekuja kujulikana. Ya pili, utakapochukua ushukani wa serikali yako, hakikisha your excellency hao watu wanaendesha mapikipiki, maybe 3/4 of them do not have driving insurances. They don't. Now what we request from you is trainings and workshop all over the country kuhakikisha hao watu wamefundishwa, wamepata driving license. Ya pili, watu wa bodaboda, your excellency, and let me tell you, na hiyo kitu umeirudia, watu wa bodaboda ni wana biashara like any other business. Watu si wezi, watu si wakora, but that is a form of way of getting the employment. One thing I want to tell you, Kenya hatutaki kabisa, and I know watu wa Nyamira hatuna. Some other countries tuliona vile watu wanakimbishwa Nairobi. Mtu mmoja anafanya makosa, bodaboda wanakimbishwa Kenya mzima, as if Kenya mzima ndio wamefanya makosa. We don't want any harassment from police officers. We don't. Kama kuna mtu mmoja amefanya makosa, waende huyo mtu. Si bodaboda Kenya mzima. Ya tatu, nikimalizia sasa. Let me issue a statement. Ile vitu umefanyia watu wa bodaboda across Kenya, because you are the only person mwenye amefanya vitu za bodaboda across Kenya.
All right, the team in Nyamira will be giving us more details as events unfold. Now, the committee organizing the burial for the late son to nominated Member of Parliament David Ole Sankok has appealed to members of the public to refrain from politicking his death. Bahati Member of Parliament Kimani, a member of the committee, says it is painful for the family to see politically instigated messages posted on social media platforms in relation to the death of the high school student Memusi Sankok. Gunjiri, who spoke at the home of Sankok in Narok South Sub-County, said the nominated Member of Parliament, like any other politician, has a right to freely defend the political party that he believes in. The late Memusi will be buried on Tuesday 10th at their rural home in Melili area, Narok North Sub-County. Memusi, 15, a Form 2 student at Kericho High School, died on Monday evening after allegedly shooting himself with his father's gun.
Propaganda wakati mtu amekufa. Hatutaki hiyo. Na pia tunaomba hata serikali, don't interfere this with politics. Kwa sababu Sankok ana kuna msimamo yake. Hiyo msimamo yake msikuja kuleta siasa hapa nyinyi kama serikali. Don't bring politics in issue ya mtoto yetu. We know what happened and we know the problem we have and tunataka kutulisha roho zetu. Sankok, wewe msimamo yako ni yako.
The issuance of tickets in the just-ended nominations and issuance of direct tickets has stirred a storm in various political parties in Nakuru County. The aspirants vying for various elective positions have sworn to run on independent tickets with the hope of clinching at least 30% of both National Assemblies and County Assembly positions.
Under the umbrella of Independent Candidates Caucus of Kenya Nakuru chapter, the governor, women representative, parliamentary and MCA aspirants promised to wear brave faces as they contest against party flag bearers in the hotly contested polls.
Sisi ni watu wa Mungu. Kwa hivyo tukiwa watu wa Mungu pia, na hata Biblia inasema wawili watatu wanapokutana basi katika kongamano hilo Mungu atalibariki. Sasa hili ni kongamano la Nakuru Independent Movement ambalo tumeanza hatua ya mbele na tunakanyaga kubwa na kiongozi wetu akiwa ni Mwenyezi Mungu.
Speaking after they held their first meeting in Nakuru, the over 100 aspirants led by Dr. Stanley Karanja, who was seeking Nakuru gubernatorial seat in Jubilee ticket, protested the move to give Nakuru Governor Lee Kinyanjui a direct ticket.
Mimi sikuwa na mchujo katika chama cha Jubilee. Governor Nakuru Stanley Karanja, hakuna maelewano, nakwambia. Sikupigiwa simu, sikuongeleshwa na mtu. Wakati wa kupeana cheti nikaona kwa runinga kuna wale wamepatiwa cheti na hakuna mtu aliniambia kumetokea nini ama kunafanyika nini.
They urged voters to avoid voting on party euphoria patterns and instead screen leaders and only give them positions of power based on their track record.
Wenye kuchagua kiongozi si watu watatu ama watano, ni raia, watu wa Nakuru. Na sasa ndio tulisema tutapatana nao debe na hao ndio watatupatia kiongozi mwenye wanataka. Na hapo ndio itakuwa haki.
The aspirants said they will embrace independence of thoughts in their operations to better serve the electorates. Jelis Aladi, Full Time News.
Over 50 children who recently relocated to Salama Ward in Laikipia County risk missing school over lack of transfer letters from their previous schools. The children belong to over 1,500 families who invaded land that is believed was bought by the government to resettle victims of the 2007 post-election victims.
According to their chairman, James Mwaura, their efforts to have the school-going children join the nearby Kenjogu Primary School were yet to bear fruit as the management claims there was no space and teachers to accommodate the new pupils.
Hapa tuna watoto na hawa watoto hatutaki kuwa waste, tunataka hawa watoto wasome kama watoto wale wengine. Hapa kuna shule ya Kianjogu na leo head teacher leo hii nimekuwa na yeye na alikuwa ananiuliza hawa watoto atawafanyia nini, maana hana walimu, hana desk, watoto hawana uniform. Mimi nauliza hata msamaria mwema akuje apatie hawa watoto uniform na msamaria mwema alete desk hapa kwa shule.
For the last 2 months, the families have been living in makeshift tents, a situation that has posed a serious health hazard and security to the families.
Kwa hivyo ni vizuri
Marmanet Division Assistant County Commissioner Felix Echesa said there was need to urgently address the situation in the area, warning of danger posed by wild animals such as elephants and snakes.
So sio lazima shamba za serikali zikuwe zinatengewa wananchi peke yake. Pia shamba za serikali zinaweza tengewa katika zile institution ambazo zinaweza benefit community at large.
Edwin Austin for Lunchtime News.
A conference seeking to sensitize the business community on security solutions will kick off in Nairobi Friday. The forum, spearheaded by Accusations International, seeks to build the capacity of the local business community on how they can holistically protect their business in the emerging cyberspace attacks, among other risks. Speaking at a Nairobi hotel, the president of the organization, Malcolm Smith, said security is key to business thriving as most face risks in times of turmoil. Having details on that story later on in this bulletin. Back to the county of Kilifi, more than 50 children from poverty-stricken families in the region have received full scholarships thanks to a philanthropic company. The organization has been running the program for over 4 years now, and already 300 young, bright children in the area have benefited, with 100 students successfully transitioning to the university.
Speaking during the issuance of the bursaries to the beneficiaries at Vipingo, Kenneth Mbai, the managing director, Centum Real Estate, said the idea behind the scholarship program is to empower poor, bright, needy students in the locality.
Ni muhimu sana ya kuwa watoto wa huku pwani wapate usaidizi na waweze kuendeleza na kujiendeleza kielimu ili tuweze kuinua uchumi na kuendeleza mambo ya huku pwani.
For a student to qualify for the scholarship, they need to score 320 marks and above, and the candidate must also be coming from a needy background. Catherine Mturi Waire, the director of Centum and Vipingo Development Limited, said the program was one of the ways of giving back to the community.
We are also looking for leadership. We are recruiting kids who have leadership capabilities, who have previously taken leadership positions in schools. And this way we believe in the next 5-10 years, the society will see great impact. We'll have engineers, doctors, CEOs, lawyers, whoever come off this route of scholarships.
The beneficiaries lauded the program, and for 16-year-old Zedine Nyevu, who scored 326 marks in her KCPE, help could not have come at a better time, since all her parents are jobless and only depend on her sister who does odd jobs. Edwin Austin for Lunchtime News.
Now, a conference seeking to sensitize the business community on security solutions will kick off in Nairobi on Friday. The forum, spearheaded by Accusations International, seeks to build the capacity of the local business community on how they can holistically protect their business in the emerging cyberspace attacks, among other risks. Speaking at a Nairobi hotel, the president of the organization, Malcolm Smith, said security is key to business thriving as most face risks in times of turmoil.
All organizations today must be able to look at their risks. If you don't look at your risks, then you are sure you cannot be able to survive. And we are coming from a period where we have learned that there are risks that can come that are never anticipated. Nobody knew that the COVID-19 would have been with us for the past almost 3 years. But here we are, and organizations which are resilient are the only ones who have been able to make it.
Basis is actually to be able to protect the assets and to be able to create an enabling environment for business to thrive and to protect communities.
That 34,000 members across the globe is where we really connect and ensure that we embrace this profession and take it further worldwide. So diversity, equity, and inclusion. And really, we're talking about the industry is diverse, and we talk about members too. We are past the stage where we only look at public security as the entry level. We look at the youngsters of today. That's why we have a youth a program or community. We also look at women in security.
Team News, we are taking a short commercial break. We'll be back with more, including news making headlines in the world of business and sports. Stay with us.
Do you have a news story to share with KBC? Get in touch swiftly on email news@kbc.co.ke or call 0723-892-654 or 0734-780-124.
Gonzalo, wouldn't it be better to end the whole thing once and for all?
No. I don't know how he got to the hospital. So, you don't know how he found out? No, I don't know. Nothing.
One of the partners of my father was from there. That's him. Yes, that's him. Edgar Almonte Esquero. I'm very sure.
Julieta.
Yes.
Julieta.
Mr. Adrian, there's someone to see you.
See me? Who?
Yes.
It's me. I don't like to keep on having debts.
You still have a debt with me. You said that you owe me one, right?
Thank you for staying with us. You're watching the Lunchtime News. Welcome back. A section of religious leaders drawn from Trans Nzoia and the larger Western region have called for harmony between President Uhuru Kenyatta and his deputy William Ruto. The clergy said the heated differences between them is not appropriate, especially now that the country is heading to the general election in August.
Speaking in Kitale during a consultative meeting of interdenominational religious leaders, the clergy said the current war of words could jeopardize peace in the country during this campaign season.
Yanayoendelea hayaleti picha nzuri ya huko mbele, sababu baada ya viongozi kuzozana ni wananchi wanaoumia. Na tuna hofu kama wananchi ya kwamba iwapo majibizano na maelezano yasiyo ya amani yanapoendelea kati ya rais na naibu wake, hatuna amani hapo mbele.
This comes as for the Kenya leaders called on religious leaders to be instrumental in guiding the electorates on best leaders to be voted for in the August polls.
Sisi tunaomba tuombee nchi kwa sababu tunaenda uchaguzi so that we can have peaceful elections.
Elsewhere, the United Democratic Alliance Party is facing a backlash in Trans Nzoia County over its conduct of the nominations. Former UDA Kimani constituency aspirant Yona Haoya claimed that UDA sidelined some areas and forcefully awarded tickets to non-locals.
Tumefanywa utapeli. Na sisi watu ya hapa, we are the majority. Hakuna vile watu wa conmanship watakao huko juu Nairobi, watu wawili watatu. Eti watatuchagulie mtu vile nimesikia jana, ati mtu anatoka na Baholo constituency aje atutawale Kimani. Itawezekana?
In Narok, gubernatorial aspirant Moitalel Ole Kenta has promised to provide equal employment opportunities to the minority Oge community living around the Masai Mara forest, as they together with the Purko Masai have been instrumental in conserving the Mau complex.
Hii Mau forest itakuwa nature reserve. Kama tu vile Masai Mara iko natural reserve. Ndio tuweze kuichunga hii msituni, iwe gazetted, alafu tutengeneze kitu inaitwa nature reserve ambayo itapea watoto wao kazi, wakichunga hapo, hata kama ni mambo ya kutengeneza hoteli moja ama mbili ndani ya hii Mau Forest. Watoto watahakikisha kwamba wanaandikwa na pia wapate ile percentage ambayo community inatakiwa ipate. Kama ni 20% vile watu wa Mara wanapata, nao pia wapate.
And Democratic Action Party of Kenya aspirants in Webuye West have criticized Governor Wycliffe Wangamati for allegedly lacking transparency in the running of the party's affairs in Bungoma County. Jelis Aladi for Lunchtime News.
And one business news. The resort town of Malindi has a hidden gem, which is among the oldest and most unique animals and birds orphanage that is located at the heart of the town. Falconry of Kenya Griff, Vogel Park and Eagle Park is home to diverse species of animals, including a 128-year-old turtle that is aging gracefully under the care of a well-trained caretakers. Our reporter Nduta Mukami has more details on this animal orphanage.
The history of the place, you ask Michael, huh?
The falconry of Kenya has been home to different animal species over the years that saw animals brought in by locals establish it as a rescue center. Michael Kahindi, the man behind the steering wheel of the animal orphanage, has always made sure that the animals are properly fed and taken care of. Among the main challenges that Kahindi has faced is treating the injuries sustained by the animals when in the wild.
Kwa minajili ya kuwasaidia. It's like a rescue center. Tunawapata akiwa ameumia ama ameanguka kwa kiota kwa sababu ya baridi nyingi, tunawahifadhi. Wale ambao wanaweza kurudishwa kwa msitu tunawarejesha, lakini wale ambao wameumia kiwango cha kwamba hawezi kujisaidia kwa msitu tunawahifadhi hapa. Kama aliyevunjika bawa ana jicho moja ama amevunjika mguu, ndege kama yule huwa hawezi kuishi vizuri msituni. So tunawahifadhi hapa, na kama inawezekana tunaweza kuwafanyia breeding na watoto tunawaachilia, wazazi wanabaki tu hapa.
Kahindi says Falconry of Kenya funds its operations from entry fees at the gate and individual sponsors who visit, which is not sustainable, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic that drastically affected inflows.
Imetuhathiri sana kwa sababu kama hizo bembe nimekwambia za Kenya huwa ni kidogo mno. Tunategemea sana na watu wa nje, lakini COVID ilipoanza kila kitu ikasambaratika. Kwa hivyo sasa hivi tunajaribu kujikakamua kupata donations from our local people, na pia ile kidogo tunapata from our local people ndio inatusaidia kufinance hawa wanyama.
Structures housing the animals and the general infrastructure at the center are dilapidated and in need of renovation.
The condition here after the corona and everything, so I decided to help and get some of my members, like Million Footprints or Malindi Info in Germany. We have a lot of people who are ready to help. They are already in conservation and in nature protection.
The facility is a monumental pillar within the community, as visitors are normally enlightened on the importance of not hurting animals. At the center, there is a bar and cafe that offers visitors a calming and serene environment to relax. Reporting for Lunchtime News, I am Dutamo Kami.
The Capital Markets Authority, CMA, has published the revised rules seeking to enable access to the capital markets by small and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs, to raise both equity and debt capital. The CMA targets to have more companies list on the Nairobi Securities Exchange and stimulate more initial public offers. The draft regulations will address emerging issues and market dynamics to respond to evolving needs of issuers and investors.
To increase unretained listings at the Nairobi Securities Exchange, support capital raising by small and medium enterprises, and enhance investor protection, the Capital Markets Authority has developed draft public offers, listing and disclosures regulations, and commenced a 30-day public exposure of the same. The review of the public offers, listing and disclosures regulations aims at facilitating a legal framework to support financing of flagship projects through the capital markets. The current 10-year Capital Markets Master Plan also recommends the need for a review of the regulations to streamline the listing requirements and encourage capital raisings and listings on the NSE. The review is expected to align the regulatory framework to market realities, including the advancement of technology, which has transformed the way markets operate, including the capital raising business models. It further addresses approval turnaround times, shelf registration and valuation of securities, among other gaps in the existing public offers, listings and disclosures regulations. The draft regulations have also introduced 2 new market segments, the SME fixed income securities market segment and the small and medium enterprise market segment. The SME fixed income securities market segment is a market segment for listing debt securities with an initial offer size below 250 million shillings or an amount set by the CMA. The small and medium enterprises market segment is a market segment for listing non-debt securities issued by SMEs. Other offers introduced include special purpose acquisition vehicles, which are issuers set up to raise funds through an initial public offering by buying another company, and electronic offers of securities, considering the use of the internet or other electronic automated means. Reporting for Lunchtime News, I am Teresa Mutai.
Scrap metal traders, millers and smelters say the license fee is too high for those keen to legitimize their operations following the lifting of the ban on the scrap metal business. While calling on the government to reduce the license fee, they argued that the fee was prohibitive, especially for small-scale traders. So far, vetting committees at the county level are vetting 250 applications. Our reporter Regina Manyara was in Kamkunji Joakali Center and files the following report.
The government banned the trade and export of scrap metal in January this year following increased cases of vandalism targeting telecommunications and electricity supply chain that occasioned several cases of power outages.
We have put a moratorium on the export or buying and selling of any scrap material until we have put in place proper guidelines that will ensure that that material is not coming from the hard-won investments.
However, last week the government announced the lifting of the ban on dealing, buying and selling of scrap metal in the country effective from beginning of this month.
Most of our members live on less than $1 per day. So if you tell them to buy a license of 50,000, it is not possible with them.
But it was not a blanket lifting of the ban. It was on condition that only those duly registered and licensed can operate.
Trading in scrap metal will be confined to all those who are duly licensed.
A spot check by KBC Channel 1 found that business was slowly resuming, albeit complaints from operators.
Mambo ya license hiyo bila imeweka hiyo mambo ya license juu kwa sababu ndio inafanya watu hawezi kuuzia scrap kwa sababu wakifungua wanatakana hizo license na hiyo license ndio inaleta shida ndio sababu hawezi fungua scrap. Sasa mambo ya license yamefanya tunaumia zaidi.
Among key concerns for scrap metal dealers is what they term as high license fees. Licensed dealers, millers and smelters trading over 5 tons of scrap metal are required to pay an annual fee of 250,000 shillings. Collectors, Juakali businesses trading over 3 tons pay 150,000 shillings in annual fee, while steel fabricators, motor vehicle salvage operators and stockists of second-hand motor spares, rewinders and local welders are to pay 50,000 shillings annually.
Kulingana na vile scrap metal zilikuwa zimefungwa na rais, tulikuwa affected so much. Tuliumia sana. Biashara zetu zikarudi chini. Hata bei za vitu zikapanda. Zile kidogo zenye tulikuwa tunapata zilikuwa na bei za juu. Kwa hivyo hata bidhaa zenye tulikuwa tunatengeneza hazingeweza kupata soko kwa sababu wateja wangekuja wakisikia bei yenye tumelipisha kulingana na material yenye tumenunua walikuwa wanasema kwamba ni bei ya juu.
Those contravening the rules will be liable to penalties, including fines or prison terms upon conviction. With a membership of 7,500, the Juakali Association is calling for a review of the terms for scrap metal operators to continue in efforts to secure the livelihood of its members across the value chain.
We were just requesting the president if it was better to visit our sector or meet the officials from the Juakali Kamukunji so that we can raise our complaint direct to him so that we can see where we can put our problem for our members.
The Juakali Association says a handful of the members have so far complied with the stringent registration and licensing rules.
With the lift of the ban on scrap metal use, they argue that the cost required in as far as fees are concerned is way out of their reach, and they ponder if the government can really give them an opportunity to continue doing business in a conducive environment. I'm Regina Manyara, you're watching KBC Channel 1.
South Africa's National Department of Transport is working with key stakeholders to bring about a rail renaissance that will position rail as a backbone of the transport system for passengers and freight. The government is putting efforts into replacing rail infrastructure damaged by large-scale vandalism. Here now are the details of this and other stories making headlines across Africa.
The South African government is working on developing the rail infrastructure while putting measures in place to secure new investment. White paper on national rail policy approved by the cabinet in March will give impetus to the development of rail, especially the establishment of Central Rail Planning Unit for the implementation of a number of rail intervention strategies. Rail launched South Africa's economic development and thereafter opened rural areas to agriculture and mining. But other transport modes that emerged over time eroded rail's influence on funding and its shares of the national transport task. Elsewhere, fuel prices have hit new highs in Tanzania as tensions in Eastern Europe continue to impact the global oil markets. According to the latest cap prices for May for petroleum products, the Energy and Water Utilities Regulatory Authority, petrol prices in Dar es Salaam are now up to $1.36 and diesel $1.40. The new prices represent an increase of 9.5% for petrol and 17.1% for diesel, following hikes of 12% and 21% respectively in April. The new retail prices for kerosene in Dar es Salaam is $1.34 per liter compared to $1.15 in April and 95 US cents in March. Finally, underproduction in Nigeria's oil and gas sector and force majeure in Libya led to a lower than expected output target of the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries in April. On average, OPEC produced 28.58 million barrels per day in April, meaning that OPEC's 10 members produced only 40,000 barrels per day, more than in March. In March, OPEC alone increased its combined production by just 57,000 barrels per day, of which 54,000 barrels per day came from Saudi Arabia. The United Arab Emirates also increased its production, but the African members of the cartel saw their output decline during the month.
The U.S. Central Bank has announced its biggest interest rate increase in more than 2 decades as it toughens its fight against fast rising prices. The Federal Reserve said it was lifting its benchmark interest rate by 0.5 percentage point to a range of 0.75% to 1% after a smaller rise in March. With U.S. inflation at 40-year high, further hikes are expected. Here now are the details of this and other stories making headlines across the globe.
Inflation in the U.S. hit 8.5% in March, the sharpest annual rate since 1981, driven by accelerating cost for food and energy. That is well above the bank's 2% target. Increasing the benchmark interest rate by the U.S. Central Bank marks the latest effort to contain spiking cost being felt by households around the world. India's central bank on Wednesday announced a surprise increase to its benchmark rate, while Australia's central bank enacted its first first interest rate hike in more than a decade. By raising rates, the central bank will make it more expensive for people, businesses and government to borrow. They expect that to cool demand for goods and services, helping to ease price inflation. Meanwhile, Dubai has emerged as a haven for wealthy Russians fleeing the impact of Western sanctions over war in Ukraine. Russian billionaires and entrepreneurs have been arriving in the United Arab Emirates in unprecedented numbers. Property purchases in Dubai by Russians surged by 67% in the first 3 months of 2022. The United Arab Emirates has not put sanctions on Russia or criticized its invasions of Ukraine. A Russian economist says as many as 200,000 Russians had left in the first 10 days after the war began. Finally, ride-hailing and delivery group Uber has made a $5.9 billion quarterly loss, mostly due to its stakes in other companies. The firm said almost all of the loss was as a result of fall in the value of investments in businesses, including 2 Asian raiding hail giants, China's Didi and Southeast Asia's Grab. Despite the loss, Uber boss highlighted its progress in recovering from the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. That came as the company said the number of trips taken had risen 18% for the 3 months to the end of March, compared to the same period last year. That helped its revenue rise by 136%. Uber's share ended Wednesday trading session in New York 4.65% lower. Terry Njenga reporting for Lunchtime News.
All right, time for Channel 1 Sports News. 3-time Olympic champion Shelley Ann Fraser-Pryce and Tokyo 2020 gold medalist Lamont Marcel Jacobs arrived in the country ahead of Saturday's Cape Kaino Classic Continental Tour gold label meet in Nairobi.
3-time Olympic champion Shelley Ann Fraser-Pryce and Tokyo 2020 gold medalist Lamont Marcel Jacobs have arrived in the country. The Jamaican sprint queen and 9-time world champion Fraser-Pryce will scale back her race, eyeing to win a 10th World Championships gold at the 2022 World Athletics Championships in Eugene, Oregon this summer.
And as a Jamaican, we are known for sprinting, and we definitely want to be in a country that embraces us and supports us as athletes, and why not come to Kenya?
Meanwhile, Italian hero Jacobs will also compete at the Cape Kaino Classic. Jacobs stunned the world when he stormed to a surprise men's 100 meters victory at the Tokyo 2020 Olympics and is looking to extend his imposing form this year.
Fantastic, it's amazing. It's my first time in Africa and in Kenya. I'm really happy to be here. I can't wait to compete. I know the track is really fast. I have a good competition. It's a really good competition, and I can't wait to compete.
27-year-old Jacobs will count the challenge posed by an intimidating men's 100 meters field at the Cape Kaino Classic that has, among others, American Fred Curley, whom he beat in Tokyo, and African record holder Ferdinand Omanyala from Kenya.
Home player Samuel Njoroge stood a strong field of 44 professional and top amateurs to win the 6th leg of the Savannah Golf Tour played at the Railways Golf Club. Njoroge capitalized on his home advantage to post an incredible 7 under par 65 to claim the top honors in the competition, bagging 64,000 shillings of the prize money for his efforts. Kakamega Golf Club's Dismas Indiza scored a decent 5 under par 67 to come in second. On his part, long-hitter Dismas Indiza played a decent front 9, scoring birdies on the first, second and 7th holes and took home 46,000 shillings of prize money. Vet Lab Sports Club-based professional Edwin Mudanyi took 3rd place, scoring 1 under par 71 at the 9-hole golf course. Of the most remarkable Champions League collapses last night as Real Madrid came from behind to beat them 3-1 at the Bernabeu and qualify for the final. In the final on the 28th of this month, the Spanish Giants will play Liverpool at the Stade de France in Paris.
Real Madrid won 3-1 last night and 6-5 on aggregate against Manchester City to set up a Champions League final against Liverpool. Manchester City got their goal through Riyad Mahrez, while Madrid scored through Rodrigo and Karim Benzema.
Mahrez on that left foot, and Mahrez's left foot does the damage and may well be sending Manchester City into the numbers forward. Well, what a ball it is from Camavinga. And he's made a couple of really good chances. And he's made a goal. Oh, how can you believe it? Rodrigo again. And find a penalty that's unstoppable, and he's done that.
Real will face Liverpool in the final at Stade de France on 28th May in what will be a repeat of the 2018 final when Real beat Liverpool 3-1.
To the end of Channel 1 Lunchtime News. Thank you so much for your company. Also on our social media platforms. For more details on just add news and many more, do log on to www.kbc.co.ke. My name is Irene Muchomo-Odem. On sign language interpretation, we have Lansa Odenga on behalf of the entire team. Thank you for your time. Good afternoon.
Does this mean you are now seeing eye to eye?
Tito, what kind of question is that? Si wanaonana macho kwa macho.
Class, I want to say that Mr. Fritsch and I, we have decided to put our differences aside.
You want to be one campaign manager? You messed me in my dream. You want to mess me again? Stupid.
Kinyanju niko very fresh. Wacha nikwambie Kinyanju. Unajua umoja ni nguvu, utengana ni utaifa. Bibi acha niendelea kutengana. Wewe hebu jipe shughuli, niko very busy. I am very busy. Wewe wasiana kunisumbua ate business partner na makopa yangu.
So guys, let me tell you.
Classmate.
na karibu katika makala ya maisha kutoka BBC, makala yanayokusaidia kuiwajibikia afya yako. Mimi ni Saida Swale, nikiwa katika bustani maalum la Pamplemousse nchini Mauritius. Kumbuka unaweza kupata makala haya kupitia Facebook BBC Swahili, Twitter @BBC Swahili, #maisha. Wiki hii katika maisha, tunaangazia athari za COVID-19 kwa wagonjwa wa kifua kikuu. Nchini Botswana, raia mmoja atoa matumaini kwa waathiriwa wa saratani. Na kisha tutakutana na wanandoa wawili ambao wamekuwa kioo cha jamii licha ya kuwa na tatizo la kusikia. Karibu. Takriban watu 4,000 hufa kila siku kutokana na kifua kikuu. Tangu kuzuka kwa janga la COVID-19, mzigo wa TB umekithiri zaidi Afrika. Mamlaka nyingi Afrika zililazimika kugeuza rasilimali zilizotengwa kukabiliana na kifua kikuu kutumika kusaidia janga la COVID-19. Hii ilisababisha wagonjwa wengi kushindwa kuendelea na matibabu yao, hali inayotishia kupata maambukizi mapya ya TB. Mwenzangu Dari Yusuf na maelezo zaidi.
Ni ziara ya kila siku katika hospitali hii ya kutibu kifua kikuu mtaa wa Kibra, Nairobi. Kelvin amelazimika kuchukua hatua hii ili kuokoa maisha yake. Anaugua kifua kikuu na madaktari wameonya kuwa anahatarisha maisha yake akikosa kukamilisha matibabu. Aliingia makubaliano na daktari wake baada ya kuambukizwa aina ya kifua kikuu sugu zaidi.
Tulipokea Kevin hapa miaka 2 iliyopita na akiwa mara yake ya kwanza kupata TB, tuliweza kumwanzishia dawa na akameza kwa muda mfupi tu na akapotea. Niliweza kujipa jukumu la kwenda kijiji nikamtafuta na nikampata na nikamrudisha, tukakuja tukamwanzishia dawa tena na aliweza kwa muda pia akawa miezi 2 hivi na pia akapotea.
Alikuwa amesitisha matibabu mapema takriban mwaka mmoja uliopita. Kwa hiyo sasa anapewa dawa zilizo na nguvu zaidi na pia kwa muda mrefu zaidi. Huenda ikawa maneno machungu sana kumeza, lakini ndio ukweli. Tabia yake hii ya kuchukua na mara kukimbia dawa imemhatarishia yeye mwenyewe maisha. Lakini Kevin ni miongoni mwa wengine wengi. Wataalamu wa afya wamelazimika kuchukua hatua zaidi kuwasaka wagonjwa waliotoweka kujaribu kuwarudisha kwa matibabu.
Nilipatikana kwa TB last year January. Kaanzishwa dawa, katumia siku miezi kadhaa, kafika mahali nikaona tu, nikasikia tu kinaniambia wewe achana hizi haikusaidia, nikawacha. Kidogo ikaenda hivi nikagonjeka, karudi nikaelezea na hospitali, nikaanzishwa tena, nikapata nguvu kiasi, niko sawa. Kapatana ile kiburi ya vijana, kaacha. From January sasa ndio wakanianzisha hiyo treatment. Nimeendelea nayo mpaka saa hii, lakini nanipeleka mzuri.
Takwimu kutoka shirika la afya duniani zinaonyesha kuwa takriban visa 4,000 vya ugonjwa wa kifua kikuu sugu vimetokea barani Afrika, na hivyo kuhujumu juhudi za kudhibiti ugonjwa huo, kwani unasambaa kwa haraka zaidi, una dalili kali zaidi na kusababisha vifo. WHO inasema kuwa TB tayari ilikuwa ina upungufu katika ufadhili, ila sasa kuna hofu kuwa janga la COVID-19 limesababisha ugonjwa huo kutelekezwa.
COVID-19 imeturudisha nyuma hatua kubwa, vifo vya TB vikiongezeka mwaka wa 2021 kwa mara ya kwanza katika mwongo mmoja kutokana na kukatishwa kwa huduma za kudhibiti ugonjwa huo.
Licha umuhimu wake, bado TB haijakuwa kipaumbele katika mataifa mengi ya Afrika. Kwa jumla, serikali za Afrika zinachangia 22% pekee ya rasilimali zinazohitajika kutoa huduma kamili za ugonjwa huo, huku 44% zinakosa wafadhili. Hii imehujumu sana juhudi za kukabiliana na ugonjwa huo.
Kukomesha TB imekuwa ajenda kuu miongoni mwa wataalamu wa afya nchini Kenya na kote barani Afrika, na kulikuwepo na hatua zilizopigwa. Hata hivyo, tangu kuzuka janga la COVID-19, harakati hizi kidogo zilipungua, kwani mkazo zaidi ulitiwa katika kupigana na COVID-19, wakati mwingine kutishia kusahulika magonjwa hatari kama vile TB. Na huku dunia ikiadhimisha siku ya kifua kikuu, WHO inalenga kusisitiza dharura ya kuongeza ufadhili katika vita dhidi ya TB kwa lengo la kuangamiza ugonjwa huo kufikia mwaka 2030. Kwa upande wake, Kelvin anasema amepata funzo na ataendelea kupambana vita vyake kujiondolea ugonjwa huo.
Ngawe ile situation nimepitia itakuwa chache hivyo, saa hii itabidi nijikaze mpaka nimalize yote. Saa hii tutang'ang'ana kabisa.
Ni taarifa yake Dayo Yusuf. Ni muhimu kukumbuka kuwa TB ina tiba na kuwa unaweza kupata matibabu katika kituo kilicho karibu nawe. Tuelekee nchini Botswana ambapo saratani ya koo hutokea wakati ambapo seli zinakuwa kwa kasi mno katika sehemu hiyo. Hata hivyo, saratani hiyo inaweza ikatibiwa iwapo madaktari watatambua mahali ilipoanzia na kasi ya kusambaa kwake. Mwanahabari wetu Millicent Akeo amezungumza na mmoja wa watu waliopona saratani ya aina hiyo.
Wakati Mwachie Dintwe mwenye umri wa miaka 79 alipokabiliwa na matatizo ya koo zaidi ya miaka 30 iliyopita, hakulichukulia kwa uzito. Kwake lilikuwa tatizo la kawaida. Juma moja baadaye, Dintwe hakuhisi tu maumivu ya koo, lakini alihisi kitu kama chakula kimesakama kooni.
Sikujua ningelikuwa na saratani. Nilikuwa nahisi ukavu kooni. Wakati mwingine ningekula chakula kikavu, nilikuwa na wakati mgumu wa kukitafuna na kukimeza. Nililazimika kuyanywa maji. Tatizo hili lilinikumba kwa miaka mingi na nikalizoea.
Baada ya kiguna njia kwa daktari, alishauriwa amtafute mtaalamu.
Walinifanyia upasuaji chini ya ulimi wangu. Hata sasa nikizungumza na wewe, nahisi kuna kitu. Waliponifanyia uchunguzi, walipata vitu viwili ambavyo huenda vikasababisha ukavu kooni. Kuna mirija miwili iliyoondolewa, ndipo wakagundua kuwa nilikuwa na saratani ya koo.
Saratani ya koo hutokea wakati seli zinakuwa kupita kiasi katika sehemu ya koo. Saratani inapokuwa, huenda ikasambaa kwenye tishu zilizoko karibu. Hata hivyo, jina la saratani hutegemea mahali inapoanzia. Kuna aina tofauti za saratani ya koo kama vile nasopharynx inayokuwa sehemu ya juu ya koo nyuma ya pua, oropharynx inayokuwa katikati ya koo nyuma ya kinywa, hypopharynx inayokuwa chini ya sehemu ya koo juu ya koromeo. Kwa mujibu ya taasisi ya taifa ya saratani ya Marekani, saratani ya koo ama kinywa husababisha 1.8% ya vifo vyote vitokavyo na saratani na kuifanya kuwa adimu. Umri wa wastani ambao watu wengi hukutwa na saratani ni zaidi ya miaka 55, lakini pia huwakumba vijana. Zaidi ya 20% au 1 kati ya 5 vya visa vyote huwakuta wagonjwa walio chini ya umri wa miaka 55. Nini haswa husababisha saratani ya koo? Daktari Motshola Thebe Puthego ni mtaalamu kutoka Botswana.
Nobody knows what causes cancer.
Hakuna anayejua chanzo cha saratani. Hakuna anayejua jinsi seli hubadilika na kusababisha saratani. Lakini tunafahamu ukiwa na uraibu wa tabia fulani kama kuvuta sigara au kulewa, hakuna uhusiano wa kiwango ambacho unaweza kusema ukivuta sigara utapata. Lakini tunaita viashiria hatari. Ukipata mtu havuti sigara ama hanywi pombe, kitu ambacho kinaweza kuhusishwa na saratani ni iwapo wana virusi visababishavyo saratani ama papiloma ama vinasaba walivyorithi kutoka kwa jamaa zao.
Genetically they got it from their relatives.
Dintwe hajawahi kuvuta sigara ama kulewa. Madaktari walipendekeza afanyiwe upasuaji kwani ugonjwa huo ulitambuliwa mapema.
Utambuzi wa mapema ulinisaidia sababu uliyaokoa maisha yangu. Kama ingetambuliwa mapema, huenda ingesambaa katika mwili mzima na singekuwa hapa. Baada ya upasuaji niliambiwa na madaktari kuwa nisikae saa za asubuhi na kuwa kila asubuhi kabla ya kiamsha kinywa nitembee kwa umbali fulani. Niliambiwa iwapo ningepata ugumu wa kutafuna nirudi kwa daktari.
Wataalamu wa matibabu wanathibitisha kuwa tiba ya saratani ya koo inawezekana, lakini ufanisi wake utategemea mahali ilipoanzia na wepesi wa kutambuliwa kwake.
Treatment is based on the size.
Tiba inategemea ukubwa na mahali na iwapo mgonjwa ana majimaji katika eneo hilo. Hivyo aina ya tiba ni upasuaji. Unaweza ukatumia mionzi ama dawa za kemikali maarufu chemotherapy. Iwapo uvimbe ni mdogo, Upasuaji unatosha. Iwapo uvimbe ni mkubwa, basi tunaufanya kwa mdogo kwa kutumia dawa za kemikali ama mionzi, ama tunaweza kufanya zote. Inategemea jinsi ilivyosambaa.
In one location.
Kwa baadhi, kupona saratani ya koo ni ndoto halisia. Leo Dintwe hana saratani. Ana ushauri kwa wale walioko kwenye safari hiyo.
Katika eneo hili watu huanza kunywa pombe wakiwa na umri mdogo, kati ya miaka 13 na 20. Hivyo najaribu kuzungumza nao. Huwa natembea kwa muda wa saa 1 au 2. Kila mara naulizwa na wenyeji, kwa nini natembea mwenendo mrefu? Huwa nawaambia mazoezi ni afya na husaidia kukabiliana na magonjwa. Wakati mwingine nawaonyesha kuwa katika umri wangu naweza nikakimbia. Wengine huzingatia na wengine hupuuza ushauri wangu.
Wataalamu wanasema hakuna njia madhubutu ya kuepuka saratani kurejea baada ya tiba, lakini kupunguza viwango vinapendekeza, kama vile mtindo mzuri wa maisha, usivute sigara, upunguza au usikunywe pombe, na muhimu zaidi, kuzingatia mpango wa utunzi wa afya.
Follow up is very important.
Kurejea kwa daktari ni muhimu sana, yategemea umri. Kwa watu wazima, kila baada ya miezi 6 unastahili kufanyia uchunguzi wa CT na MRI ili kuhakikisha kuwa chochote kinaweza kikakutwa. Hata iwapo mtu amefanyiwa upasuaji miaka 5, miaka 10, ni muhimu kurejea kwa daktari kila mara.
Kwa kipindi cha miaka 30, Dintwe hajawa na saratani. Ushindi wake unatoa mwanga wa matumaini kwa wengi.
Bwana Nditwe hapo ama kweli anawapa matumaini watu wanaoishi na saratani ya aina hiyo. Tupumue kidogo. Tukirejea, tutaingia katika kijiji kilicho na idadi kubwa ya watu wanaoishi na ulemavu wa kusikia. Ni makala ya maisha. Karibu tena katika makala ya maisha kutoka BBC, makala yanayokusaidia kuiwajibikia afya yako. Mimi ni Saida Swale. Jamii moja nchini Ghana imewashangaza wanasayansi kwa miongo kadhaa kwa kuwa na visa vingi vya watu wanaoishi na ulemavu wa kusikia. Takriban miaka 50 iliyopita, chifu wa eneo la Adomorobe alipiga marufuku wachumba wenye matatizo ya kusikia kuoana kwa lengo la kupunguza visa hivyo. Mwanahabari wa BBC Dorcas Wangira amezuru kijiji hicho na kukutana na wanandoa waliokiuka amri ya chifu kutokana na mapenzi yaliyokolea kati yao.
Kilomita 40 kutoka mji mkuu wa Accra, kijiji kimoja kinapatikana chini ya mlima wa Aquapim mashariki mwa Ghana. Kijiji hicho kinaitwa Adomorobe. Afu Kaya mwenye umri wa miaka 50 na mumewe Kofi Pare mwenye umri wa miaka 76 walizaliwa hapa. Wote wana matatizo ya kusikia. Wote wana kitu kimoja kinachofanana, chale hizi.
Hilo ni jina langu na Adomorobe juu yake. Wakati mmoja nilipotea njia. Ikanichukua muda mrefu kupata njia ya kurejea nyumbani. Mfalme alitoa amri ya viziwi wote kubandikwa alama ya majina na jamii yao ili kuwasaidia wanapopotea njia.
Wazazi wangu wote wamefariki dunia. Wote walikuwa wanasikia. Kwa neema ya Mungu nilijifunza kuwasiliana kwa lugha ya ishara.
Kabla ya kuolewa na Kofi, Afu aliolewa na mume aliyekuwa na uwezo wa kusikia. Walijaliwa wana 3, watoto 2 wakiwa na matatizo ya kusikia. Afu aliolewa tena miaka 5 iliyopita, ndoa yake na Kofi ikionekana kama kitendo cha kutokata tamaa. Mwaka 1975, chifu wa Akan na Kwakwasi Mpong alitoa amri iliyoharamisha ndoa yao.
Aliwaambia wazee hakuna mtu mwenye matatizo ya kusikia angeoa mwanamke mwenye matatizo kama hayo.
Hata hivyo, Afua na Kofi walikataa katakata chochote kuvuruga mapenzi yao.
Afadhali niishi na mtu mwenye matatizo ya kusikia kuliko wanayesikia. Mtu anayesikia kikusengenya, huwezi kusikia chochote. Nilichagua kuoa Afua kwa sababu nilitaka kuwakosoa kuwa watu wenye matatizo ya kusikia wanaweza kuoana.
Ijapokuwa wakazi hawawezi kufungwa kwa kukiuka amri, wengi wameamua kuondoka Damrobe badala ya kuizingatia. Mwaka wa 2012, chuo kikuu cha Bristol kiligundua kuwa watu wenye matatizo ya kusikia katika kijiji hiki waliathiriwa vibaya na sheria hiyo miaka iliyofuatia. Sehemu ya sheria hiyo inasema, na ninanukuu, wanaume wenye matatizo ya kusikia watasalia bila wake na watoto. Lakini hata leo baadhi ya wazee wa Akan wanapigia debe sheria hii, wakishawishika kuwa inafanya kazi.
Idadi ya watu wenye matatizo ya kusikia iliyokuwa ikiongezeka ilianza kupungua.
And the deaf has rather come down. If at least we say, let's take...
Ukiwachukua watu 10 utawapata wawili wenye matatizo ya kusikia.
Get only 2 deaf people.
Takwimu za hivi karibuni kutoka kwa jamii hii zinaonyesha kuwa kati ya wakazi 1800 wanaoishi Damrobe, 50 wana matatizo ya kusikia. Shirika la WHO linakadiria kuwa kwa kila watoto 1000, watoto 5 huzaliwa na matatizo ya kusikia ama huyapata baada ya kuzaliwa kote ulimwenguni. Takwimu za Damrobe imezidi maradufu ya wastani ya ulimwengu. Kumekuwepo na imani nyingi kuhusu tatizo la kutosikia, ikiwemo Mungu wa kutosikia aliwalaani watu waliokuwa wamewakasirikia ama kunywa maji ya kijito kitakatifu viungani mwa kijiji yalisababisha watu kuwa na tatizo hilo. Wakati huo huo, kwa miaka mingi, viongozi wa jamii na wanasayansi wamekuwa wakijaribu kuelewa ni kwa nini idadi ya watoto wanaozaliwa na matatizo ya kusikia ipo juu.
We have found a mutation.
Hapa Ghana kuna maumbile yanayohusishwa na tatizo la kusikia ambayo si sehemu ya chanzo cha tatizo hilo katika maeneo mengine. Utafiti unabainisha kuwa hali hiyo ya vinasaba hupitishwa kutoka kwa mzazi hadi kwa mwana. Si kwamba hakuna visa vya kiroho, lakini watu walioishi hapa mapema walikuwa na matatizo ya maumbile.
Mengi yamesemwa na kunakiliwa na wanahistoria na watafiti kuhusu Damrobe, ila kuna tofauti nyingi kati ya Damrobe ya mwaka 1975 na mji uliopo mwaka wa sasa.
Damrobe ni eneo lenye matabaka yote ya watu. Kijiji hiki kina lugha ishara ambayo hutumika na watu wenye matatizo ya kusikia na wenye kusikia. Afuo na Kofi wametulia hapa.
Watu wenye matatizo ya kusikia wana furaha hapa. Nilipokutana na mtu mwenye matatizo ya kusikia alinionyesha upendo.
Ningependa kuwaeleza wanaosikia wasidharau viziwi, maana viziwi wana uwezo wa kufanya mambo mengi. Wanafaa pia kutupa nafasi.
Kwa msaada wa wataalam, jamii ya watu wenye matatizo ya kusikia hapa Damrobe wanataka kudhihirisha kuwa upendo unaweza kushinda na kusaidia kujenga jamii yenye utangamano.
Shukran sana Dorcas Wangira kwa taarifa hiyo kutoka nchini Ghana. Tukisonga mbele, kusuguana kwa meno ni tatizo ambalo mara nyingi huwakumba watu wakiwa usingizini. Mmoja huhisi maumivu kwenye taya pindi anapoamka asubuhi. Utafiti umebaini kuwa tatizo hilo husababishwa na msongo wa mawazo na ukosefu wa usingizi wa kutosha. Mwandishi wetu Masikandia amezungumza na daktari wa meno Seher Khawanja ambaye alikumbwa na tatizo hilo. Hebu tumsikize.
Mimi ni Daktari Seher Khawanja. Nakamilisha taaluma yangu katika tiba ya meno. Nazamia kinga na tiba ya taya. Kusaga meno ni hali ambayo meno husuguana bila ya ufahamu wako, hasa usiku. Meno yangu yalianza kusuguana nilipokuwa na umri wa miaka kati ya 19 au 20. Nilikuwa mwanafunzi katika chuo cha masuala ya meno. Nilikuwa najituma sana, hivyo kujishinikiza. Nilikuwa najaribu kuwianisha maisha yangu. Nilikuwa napata usingizi wa kutosha. Kwa hivyo mambo hayo yote yakachangia hali yangu ya meno kusuguana usiku. Sikujua kuwa meno yangu yalikuwa yakisuguana usiku kwa sababu nilikuwa nimelala na hutambui. Ningeamka asubuhi na kugundua kuwa nilikuwa na maumivu kwenye taya yangu. Pia nilikuwa na maumivu kichwani na mwilini mwangu kila nilipoamka asubuhi. Kwa bahati mbaya nilishia kuwa na tatizo kubwa la meno kushikana. Kile kinachofanyika ni kuwa meno yanashikana kwa sababu ya msuguano, kiasi kuwa huwezi ukafungua kinywa. Siku moja asubuhi niliamka, nikajaribu kwenda miayo, nikashindwa kufungua kinywa changu. Nilitambua kuwa kufanya mazoezi, kufanya yoga na kujitunza ni muhimu. Ni vitu ambavyo nilistahili kuvipa kipaumbele. Kitu cha pili nilichokifanya ni kuwa nilijisukuma kulala kwa muda wa saa 8. Jambo ambalo si rahisi sana unapokuwa na mtoto. Usiku huwa natumia kifaa cha kuzuia meno kushikana na kusuguana. Nakitumia kwa sababu mwisho wa siku nataka kuyalinda meno yangu, ni muhimu. Nadhani ni kwa sababu sifa yangu ni ya mtu mwenye kupenda ushindani na sina subira. Kwa hivyo huwa najitahidi kuorodhesha vitu kwenye ratiba yangu ili nisiwe na msongo wa mawazo. Viashiria hatari ni pamoja na unene na shinikizo la damu. Lakini pia utaona watu wenye umri kati ya miaka 16 na 25 ni kundi la watu wenye matatizo hayo kwa sababu ya kiwango kikubwa cha msongo wa mawazo. Tatizo la pili ni meno ambayo hayajapangika vizuri. Meno ya juu na ya chini yakiwa sawa, huna tatizo. Lakini wakati hayajapangika vizuri, kuna ishara itafikishwa ubongoni, kisha meno kwenye taya zote yakaanza kusuguana usiku kucha. Kuna aina mbili ya msuguano wa meno. Kuna ule unaotokea usiku na mwingine mchana. Yote yana vyanzo tofauti. Zamani madaktari walikuwa wanakupa kifaa cha kuyalinda meno na misuli. Lakini hiyo ni sawa na kuongeza ukubwa wa tatizo. Utafiti mwingi sasa unaonyesha kuwa msuguano wa meno usiku unahusishwa na matatizo ya kulala. Kwa hivyo utafiti mpya unapendekeza unamuona mtaalamu wa meno badala ya kuyaangalia meno yako yalivyo. Anajaribu kuangalia mpango wa kulala. Je, kuna tatizo la msongo wa mawazo linaloathiri usingizi wako? Sasa hichi ndicho chanzo cha tatizo la meno yako kushikana na kusuguana. Hivyo anatibu sio tu ishara lakini chanzo. Kwa hivyo kile ninachopendekeza ni badala ya kutumia kifaa kwenye meno ya kuyalinda, angalia iwapo kuna matatizo yanayoathiri usingizi ama kukoroma. Kisha unatumia muda wako vizuri wa samawati. Wajua kizazi hiki kimeunganishwa na mtandao, au sio? Unaona, tunapenda kutazama televisheni kisha tunaenda kulala. Mwili wako unachakata zile picha, kisha unaweza kwenda kwa hatua nyingine ya kutafakari na kisha ukafanya yoga.
Meditating and yoga and all of those things.
Shukran sana Masikandie kwa taarifa hiyo. Naam, ni hayo tu tuliokuandalia wiki hii katika makala ya maisha kutoka BBC, makala yanayokusaidia kuiwajibikia afya yako. Kumbuka, unaweza kutupa maoni yako kupitia Facebook BBC Swahili, Twitter @BBC Swahili, #maisha. Hadi wiki ijayo kutoka eneo la Pamplemousse nchini Mauritius. Mimi ni Saida Swale, kwaheri.
Gonzalo, wouldn't it be better to end the whole thing once and for all?
No. I don't know how he got to the hospital. So, you don't know how he found out? No, I don't know. Nothing.
One of the partners of my father was from there. That's him.
Yes, that's him. Edgar Almonte Esquero. I'm very sure.
Julieta.
Yes.
Julieta.
Mr. Adrian, there's someone to see you.
See me? Who?
Yes. It's me. I don't like to keep on having debts.
You still have a debt with me. You said that you owe me one, right?
Does this mean you are now seeing eye to eye?
Tito, what kind of acquisition is that? Si wanaonana macho kwa macho.
Class, I want to say that Mr. Fritsch and I, we have decided to put our differences aside.
You want to be what? Campaign manager. You messed me in my dream. You want to mess me again? Stupid.
Kinyanju niko fresh, very fresh. Wacha nikwambie Kinyanju. Unajua umoja ni nguvu, utengana ni utaifa.
Mimi acha niendelea kutengana. Wewe hebu jipe shughuli, niko very busy. I am very busy. Wewe wasiana kunisumbua ate business partner na makwapa yangu.
So guys, let me tell you.
Classmate.
Kupata weka imani kama skiza tune kwenye simu yako, dial *811 759#.
Jameni, yani kuna watu wanapitianga mambo. Wacha vile sisi tunaonanga mambo kitoko. Kuna watu wamepitia mambo makubwa. Fikiria kuhusu Job. Akapoteza mifuko, akapoteza mimea, watoto wake, na bado akasimama na Mungu. Hata wewe, weka imani. Usiwache Mungu.
Ili kupata weka imani, dial *811 759#. *811 759#.
Los éramos, los que éramos ayer y los que seremos. Gonzalo, wouldn't it be better to end the whole thing once and for all?
No.
I don't know how he got to the hospital. So, you don't know how he found out?
No, I don't know.
Nothing.
One of the partners of my father was from there. That's him. Yes, that's him. Edgar Almonte Esquero. I'm very sure.
Julieta.
Yes.
Julieta.
Mr. Adrian, there's someone to see you.
See me? Who?
Yes. It's me. I don't like to keep on having debts.
You still have a debt with me. You said that you owe me one, right? ¡Dame foto! ¡Busca quién no! Entonces, ¿cómo qué? ¿Cuándo es el fin? Écoutez. Chabani.
With the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. Lined up for a debate this afternoon on the floor of the Senate are about 8 bills that the Senate members will be going into the vision to consider these bills. One of the bills is the Landlord and Tenant Bill, originating from the National Assembly, Bill number 3 over 2021 by the Senate Majority Leader. There is also the Persons with Disabilities Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 29 of 2020. These are about 8 bills that are on the second stage and will require members of the Senate to go into division to consider these bills. This afternoon also lined up for consideration is a motion on the adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Health on the Special Audit Report on utilization of COVID-19 funds by 28 county governments, that the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on the Health on the Special Audit Report on the utilization of COVID-19 funds by 28 county governments, the report that was laid on the table of the Senate on Wednesday, 9th of February, the year 2022. About 6 bills are scheduled to be considered at the committee of the whole House, and these 6 bills will be going into division. One of the bills is the Intergovernmental Relations Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 37 of 2021, tabled by the Chairperson Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations. And this particular debate at the Committee of the Whole will be a resumption of a debate that was interrupted on Wednesday of 22nd December the year 2021. This is one of the bills that will see members consider it at the Committee of the Whole House, and then members will be needed to go into division on that particular bill. The Law of Succession Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 15 of 2021, tabled by Honorable Senator Bshiro Halake, is also scheduled to be considered at the Committee of the Whole, and then members will be required to go into division. But all these bills that require members to go into division, of course, are subject to the quorum of the House. Once the bills are required to go into division, the Senate requires to have a total number of 15 members present in the House, either physical or virtual, to enable the House go into division on these bills. So these bills will be subject, or rather the division stage of these bills will be subject to the quorum of the House. The Sustainable Waste Management Bill, originating from the National Assembly, Bill number 22 of 2021, will be read for the second time. The Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Kenneth Lusaka, has stepped into the chambers to preside over this afternoon sitting. I will now hand you over for the live broadcast, brought to you by PBU in conjunction with KBC. Good afternoon.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor and blessings us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our church. Amen.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
Senator Musurube on behalf of the Education Committee. Are you on? Yeah, okay.
I should be. Can I be heard? Thank you.
Yeah, proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay the following petition report on the table of the Senate today, 5th May 2022. Report of the Standing Committee on Education on the petition to the Senate by Mr. Fred O. Sagwe and other residents of Mombasa County regarding the introduction of the chess game in the school curriculum as a tool of education and promotion of good health. And Honorable Speaker, if you may allow for a few comments. Do I proceed, Honorable Speaker? Just a few comments.
Comments? Are you proceed? Okay, proceed. Yeah. You are off air.
Honorable Speaker, as I lay this report, I would like to comment that this report the petition came to the Senate, Honorable Speaker, and as all senators can remember too well, that there was a petition that the Sagwe wanted chess to actually be administered in the school curriculum as a course subject and be funded by the Ministry of Education. And senators deliberated on the issue. They gave their noble comments concerning the petition. And Honorable Speaker, in your wisdom, you ruled that this petition goes to the Committee of Education, where I sit. And Honorable Speaker, it came to us, and we were taken through the petition, first of all, as a committee. Then after that, Honorable Speaker, we engaged the stakeholders to come before us so that we listen to them, Honorable Speaker, and we really gave them a listening ear. We had them, the desires they had. The desires they had were very noble, Honorable Speaker, because they mentioned that they had done research globally and they saw that chess was working. And Honorable Speaker, in our committee, we engaged our research team led by Ringera and his team. And Ringera and his team did a noble job. They did their research, Honorable Speaker, which they also reported to us. And Honorable Speaker, we engaged all the relevant stakeholders that matter in education. Key stakeholders came to us, Honorable Speaker. The Teacher Service Commission came to us, Honorable Speaker. The Ministry of Education came to us, Honorable Speaker. And the KICD also came to us. And we just wanted to get their thoughts as education specialists, their thoughts about this petition, Honorable Speaker. And it was very clear from the side of the Teacher Service Commission that when it comes to introduction of chess, they do not really play a role because they have a salient role in ensuring that teachers who teach our children are actually registered, so they play a major role in registering teachers, Honorable Speaker. And it was very clear, Honorable Speaker, that the Teacher Service Commission has not registered any teacher to actually teach chess. And it also came out clearly, Honorable Speaker, that KICD has allowed sporting activities as in physical education in the school curriculum, Honorable Speaker. So from the side of KICD, it is like what the petitioners were asking for is already provided for in our curriculum under physical education. And if it is under physical education, Honorable Speaker, the TSC also came out clearly to say that they post teachers who can also also teach physical education, Honorable Speaker. And so, Honorable Speaker, the Committee of Education ruled that yes, the petitioners have a noble petition. Yes, the petitioners were well-meaning because of the added advantage that chess has, Honorable Speaker. And when it comes to chess, Honorable Speaker, it plays a major role in mental health, just like any other games, Honorable Speaker, basketball, badminton, and all that. And so, Honorable Speaker, we actually encouraged that the petitioners should continue engaging with education stakeholders and sensitizing on the issue of sports. But as a committee, we ruled, Honorable Speaker, that when it comes to chess, it can be played in schools, it can be offered across the school curriculum, just like any other sporting activity, football, netball, any other game, Honorable Speaker. But when it comes to core activity, the committee ruled that it should be extracurricular activity just like any other and be treated in equal measures like others, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to report to this House that the Committee of Education was able to bring all the stakeholders together plus the petitioners and also get them give them the privilege of continuing to engage. They should not stop engaging, Honorable Speaker, because when you're also looking at CBC is looking at very many inventive ways or innovative ways of ensuring that children are actually making it. So this sport can come in handily, chess can come in handily as a CBC extracurricular activity, Honorable Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Farihi, I saw you disappeared. Are you still keen to? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I think whether it is chess game or any other games is normally healthy for the functioning of brains and critical thinking of the child. So I think that should be encouraged. What normally happens nowadays is that, especially when kids are allowed to be exposed to gadgets, they are just throughout their lives, either watching TV or on their phone, trying to play, watch videos of cartoon or stuff like that, but that is not very helpful compared to playing games like chess. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, it's not, we can't compel the Ministry of Education to teach chess because different schools are at different levels, and even some schools will get challenges in terms of affordability for such gadgets. Like for example, where I come from, in those remote villages and next to where the pastoralists live, there are hardly any even facilities, let alone a chess board for the child to play a chess game. So I think as much as it's a good idea, as much as it will develop the child's critical thinking and stuff like that, I think also we need to be cognizant of the fact that we need to develop this country to the same level for us to start engaging in terms of that level. However, I think there are boarding schools that are in private institutions, or even where the parents can afford in terms of other boarding schools, then that is an avenue that people can venture into, because it really helps the child to develop. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much. Don't see any more interest. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Leader of majority.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate today. 5th May 2022. 1. Report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of Nyamira County Executive Car Loan and Mortgage Scheme Fund for the year ended 30th June 2020. Number 2, the report of the Auditor General on the financial statement of Nyamira County Assembly Car and Mortgage Loan Scheme Fund for the year ended 30th June 2020. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, statements.
Senator Musurve, what's your statement?
Honorable Speaker, Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 47-1 to make a statement on an issue of general topical concern on May Day. Honorable Speaker, sir, May 1st was chosen as Labor Day, also referred to as Workers' Day or May Day, to commemorate the Haymarket riot in Chicago in 1886. The Haymarket riot, which was a violent confrontation between police and labor protesters, soon became a symbol of workers' rights across the world. This day has its origin in early socialist and labor activities. The purpose of the day is to commemorate the efforts and victories of the workers' class and the labor movement. Workers' Day is a chance to commemorate the workers across the globe and the contributions they make towards the growth of the nation. It is a day when those whose efforts for